Well, good morning, councillors. Good morning, members of the community viewing it on live stream, and good morning to our council team. I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumble people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. I think we have a full contingent of councillors today, councillors. There are no leave of absences that I'm aware of or apologies. And item 4 is the confirmation of minutes from the meeting held on the 20th of February 2024. Councillor Mather, moving?
Yes,
thank you. Seconded Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Got that, Lucy? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. I have 2 councillors. I've articulated those. Councillor Swadling, you have 1?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's up to me too.
All right. Yes, please.
Yeah, I, Councillor Clint Swadling, wish to inform the meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest being my position as the First Officer of Cunnawarra Rural Fire Brigade regarding the matter on agenda 11.1, and therefore as a result of prescribed conflict of interest, I will be leaving the room prior to the matter being discussed. Thank you.
Okay, and as I've notified you all, councillors, I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to 10.1, as my wife owns and operates a catering business and a food van as part of that operation, and 11.8 as I'm a board member of the Capricorn Helicopter Rescue Service, and it would be inappropriate for me to sit in this room and essentially determine a matter in relation to that. Any other conflicts, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for not notifying earlier, but the petition 8.1, I'd be declaring that A, I've signed the petition, and B, that second cousin of mine, Mr. Minot, I believe, was the petitioner there, so I'm happy for the table to make a judgment on whether I should stay or not.
All right. We'll determine that now, councillors. Councillor Eastwood, you got a conflict as well?
I don't believe I have, Mr. Mayor. I did sign the petition, that's all.
Okay. All right, we'll put that there.
I have signed the petition.
It's not there.
It's not there. It's not here.
It's not on the sheet. Sorry, it's not on the sheet.
My name?
Yeah.
Oh. There you go.
Councillor Bellows is twice, but yours isn't. Because I was told that you had. I thought, oh, I wonder if it is. And I hadn't been notified.
Councillor Friend.
Mr. Mayor, seeing that the table is now going to be discussing or voting on whether Councillor Bello actually leaves the room or not in relation to this petition, or whether he has a conflict. I believe in 2020 there was a precedent when in 2020 Councillor Bello signed a petition in relation to advocating to the state to gift property developers Altum $30 million of taxpayer funds for developing GKI. So does this same conflict apply here?
Well, that's for the table to determine, Councillor Friend, I guess.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I guess just to provide some commentary, we are well aware that Brisbane City Councillors have their own digital page to be able to undertake petitions. That might have been one of the Brisbane City Councillors just letting me know. So it's important to, when referring to precedents, that we understand that precedents actually changes and has changed throughout time and will continue to change. But the Brisbane City Councillors absolutely have full authority to undertake and carry out petitions which they initiate and they go on and vote on. So I would hope that we would be consistent with the standards of the Local Government Act in that context there, but happy to let the table make their judgment.
All right, thank you. All right, councillors, we'll determine whether Councillor Bello remains in the room for the petition, receipt of the petition. Anyone wish to speak to this particular matter before we go to the vote?
So what are we actually voting on?
Whether Councillor Bello remains, whether you believe, the table believes Councillor Bello has a declarable conflict of interest in relation to this petition, given that he has signed it And is it your cousin, Councillor Bello, is the petitioner? Just, yeah, have a few of those myself.
I think it's probably astute not to sign petitions if we're going to handle them.
Well, that's a position you're more than welcome to take, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, what Councillor Brendan said, I'm not sure of the detail of that. Perhaps we need to hear more of it to be consistent with our previous finding. I mean, I don't have a problem voting either way, but if we're going to be basing it on a previous precedent, then we
We're not voting on a previous precedent, as I understand it. It was
no,
just,
about the declaration, no.
yeah, just Councillor Friend brought it up just as a matter of, I suppose, context and history, I guess. We are only receiving the petition, that's correct. Yeah. All right.
Mr Mayor, I don't have any problem with it at the moment. So we're only receiving the, if something happens from it, could be a situation then, but I think at the stage it's just receiving the petition, isn't it?
Well, that's entirely up to you to determine, Councillor Watson. Yep. All right, any other comments, councillors, before we vote on this?
So the motion is...
Well, we're voting on whether Councillor Bello remains in the room for this particular... Correct, whether he's got a declarable conflict of interest and remains in the room. Yeah. All right, so those who believe Councillor Bello has a declarable conflict of interest, raise your hands. All right, those who don't? Okay. Councillor Bello, you're remaining in the room.
Just don't do it again.
All right. Deputations are nil. Business outstanding or arising from previous minutes. Mr CEO, would you like to walk us through this with your officers, please?
Happy to, Mr Mayor. Pleased to report that the outstanding list is down to 15, if I recall, and a number that are nominated to be removed from the list following this particular meeting. We had a couple of matters, 4 matters added to the list last meeting, and updates are provided in the commentary section in the right-hand column. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr CEO, I see on the points 2 and 3 that the officers have contacted the Honourable Michelle Landry's office on the 20th of February, and councillors have been asked to provide information as to whether we are to meet with Michelle Landry in relation to this petition. I did reply to yourself through email, and I believe that that because the Honourable Michelle Landry has actually passed this to Catherine King's office, and we would likely take about 3 to 4 months to receive an answer from that particular office in relation to this petition, that I don't believe that it's necessary to meet with the member for Capricornia at this point. I also believe, from the information we've gathered, is that that if a petition was to be put before Parliament, then it would have to have 20,000 signatures on it. But that's just my comment there. I've been at number 1, I've been advising the public, so number point 1, it's in relation to local law reviews. I've been advising the public that this would go to public consultation around mid-year. And I just see that it states here next steps in April, May. Are there any updates on that local law review, Mr CEO?
Mr Mayor, just in relation to the responses to the state interests, and I think the intention is to report back to councillors what those responses are and exactly what the community consultation will look like. If that happens in April, May, then yes, we would anticipate consultation mid-year.
Certainly. And just on point 7, in relation to the survey of the caves and northern areas for the extended opening hours of the transfer station located at the caves, I imagine that this will be brought before the new council after election. When will they receive this report? Are we likely to say either April or May also?
I would think so, Mr Chairman. That seems like reasonable timing. Briefing to councillors following the election will be the 3rd of April, so it might not make that session, but certainly I think the corresponding May meeting is the 7th of May, so probably no later than the 7th of May.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, I was just wondering if Mr. Creederman has any feedback from the letter that was sent out in February 7 to do with Ocean Park Avenue Road. Just from the letter that went out, just wondering what's happening there.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, councillor. So the letter was sent out the day after the special council meeting, and from memory, Friday the 23rd of February, we changed from a temporary road closure to the 3 temporary one-lane slow points. So I've had mixed feedback. I've had some residents on Ocean Park Avenue express their disappointment about the trial road closure being removed. I've had other residents in the side streets thanking council for their action. I've had some feedback from residents about the traffic counters that we've put out and what the next steps are. And I sent a information pack to yourselves, councillors, yesterday, just so that we can test the survey questions and the literature that I put together for the next stages, which will be a community survey, probably, I would say at this stage in about 3-4 weeks' time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Mr. CEO, I had a question in relation to item 7, the Caves transfer station operating hours. I'm just wondering if we can have an update on that. I note that there was a survey prepared for that.
Yes, Mr Mayor, we'll bring that survey back to councillors for review, as has been our practice, but that's unlikely to happen now until the other side of the election.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Malor?
Just going back to something Councillor Friend has said, she was referring to initially the local laws, and we were talking about that. Then she went on to talk about the 2 matters, 2 and 3, which were dealing with the petition and Michelle Landry. Even though the Parliament might require a $20,000 signature to actually be recognised, that's not stopping us from putting it to Michelle so that she can put it to the relevant minister. It doesn't have to go through the Parliament, because when it says here, we were looking for additional information to provide to Ms Landry, then who else would have that information that they are referring to but the petitioners? I mean, obviously their petition is based on fact or suspected fact for them to go to the trouble of doing the petition. And I think if we could ask them what they're relying on to produce that petition, we have something to give to Ms Landry. But it doesn't have to go to the Parliament, it can go to the minister that's relevant to this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through
Councillor.
you, Mr Mayor, and thank you so much, Councillor Mather. Michelle Landry's office has already passed it on to Catherine King's office, and we're expecting a reply in 3 to 4 months as per the email we've all received.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, Mr Mayor, we have to wait for 3 to 4 months, but I think I'll come back with that one later in the day, Mr Mayor. I've got a couple of lines of thought.
Just to refresh our memory too, Ms Landry was present on site for a meeting with the concerned residents up there at the time as well. So, and she's, I would assume, well across the issue.
Yeah, because this is a matter that's going to keep cropping its head until we can disprove the dangers that these people are suspecting. It is a concern, and there's a matter going through the courts right now in relation to how big and when. So, and I think the CEO knows about this one. Yeah, they do have concerns, and we've got to really do our bit by making sure the right information goes to the right people and keep pushing it until we get some answers. Yeah. Anyway, I'll come back on that one, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
I've just marked off a couple here. The Caves transfer station was one. The water charges, number 9 is Councillor Bello going to do that one? The financial analysis of water pricing. It was said that we've been given it on February. I don't know whether I've seen anything that would sort of dissect how it's all put together and how we come to the system that we have. I'm sure it's all in order, but we have to explain to the public, and that's where the problem begins, because they see it at the end result. We make the decisions, but there's a big gap in the middle of how we can explain that.
Well, information was disseminated on the 5th of February, Councillor Mather. Is there anything else that you're seeking from the officers? in relation?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think we really need to have a workshop on just water pricing alone. Because there's a long way to go before, we've got a very angry public out there. I think at the moment that they're relying on us to do the workshop to come up with something better than what we've actually produced. That's given them the high readings, that's given them the high prices. Whichever way it lands, I think we deserve them that much.
Well, I would suspect, Councillor Mather, that very early on after the new council is sworn in, the budgetary workshop process will start. And I think water pricing will probably be at the forefront of that.
I'm sure it will be, yes.
Yeah.
So that'll be an education for everybody, yeah. So I'm expecting a workshop just for water alone, because it does deserve it, because there is a lot of anger out there, but I think it might be suppressed for the moment, because on expectation.
We're all aware, I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure,
yeah,
as I'm sure the officers are as well.
Yes, Mr Mayor. But I mean, we were in the front row, we get the phone calls, so we've got to make sure that we understand it and we can justify it, and we can convince them this is the way it's going to be, whichever way it goes. The antisocial behaviour at Zilsey, I think we're not, we're just sort of continuing as is as far as local law officers go and responding to complaints. We haven't sort of come up with anything new, but Mr Mayor, I have concerns about what might follow, because I was shown some photographs on a camera the other day that showed inside of the resort, and it's almost short of demolished. It's very, very badly damaged, and I can see a fire, or worse, people being found there, and I think we need to bring this to the attention of the owner. What they do after that, we've done our duty, but I think we really need to alert them as to what their resort consists of at the moment. Because
I might take that one offline with you, Councillor, if that's
yeah,
all right.
that's fine, Mr Mayor, but I think I was sort of quite disturbed when I saw the damage that's been done, obviously by people who don't care.
Yeah.
Just a question on that, Mr Mayor. Do they have any sort of overseer at all?
On the complex itself, I don't know the answer to that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
The accommodation Malor, that's later in the report, Mr.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. It's not on the business outstanding table, and perhaps for good reason, but I would appreciate an update, seeing as how this is the last meeting of council for this term of council anyway, just in relation to how the outriggers got on with Pilkington Park. Has that progressed to the point where they have tenure over that land, which council supported their position on? It would be great to know where that landed. Thank you.
Welcome to the table, Molly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. The outriggers have not yet applied for tenure through the process that we have. However, the Community Development and Sport and Recreation team are working alongside them to get to that point. So it is progressing, but we have nothing sort of solidified in paperwork or anything like that. But certainly that team is in contact with them and working towards that goal of securing a part of Pilkington Park for their operations.
Great. Good on you, Molly. Thank you.
Thanks, Molly. Mr CEO, just in relation to item 13, going back to the antisocial behaviour at Keppel Cove, In the commentary there, it says rangers will continue to enforce local laws and refer relevant matters to the Queensland Police Service. Does this include signage along the beaches and journal areas advising that those beaches are bathing reserves and there's to be no driving on them as well?
Mr Chairman, I don't know the specific answer to that question. I'm not aware that we're planning any additional signage at this stage, but the resolution asks for, I guess, a variety of efforts, and if that's going to be useful, then it's something we'll contemplate alongside the other actions we're intending to take.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we're going to receive the business outstanding table. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Swadling. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're up to item 8.1, which is the petition, the repositioning of the sewage dump point at Ross Creek.
I move that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Watson.
Can I ask a question?
Are you seconding as well?
Yes.
Okay, right. Yep, fine. We're live.
I'd just like to know if we even knew that this dump point had this situation where it was getting flooding and things like that before we started building a new toilet block, that's all. I'm not sure if that's Mr Creedham's department in this, but because I'm just wondering if we're going to accept this, are we going to do something about it?
So, Mr Chairman, the proposal before the council is for reception of the petition. We'll get a response for Councillor Watson and for all other councillors in relation to his question.
Thanks very much.
Okay. So at this stage, as was mentioned before by Councillor Eastwood, we're just receiving the petition, councillors. So we're going to move Councillor Friend, second Councillor Watson. We're happy to go to the vote just to receive
Just a
it.
quick question, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Do we know when the dump site was actually put in? Was it a number of years ago? Because I'm thinking, who designed where it was going to go if it's near an eating table?
Okay, we'll include that in the
Okay,
officer will include that in the
fine.
response,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Mather. All right. So, any other questions? Okay. We're going to move in a second. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Righto. 9.1 is councillor delegate reports, which there are nil. 10.1 is the notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to sponsorship applications, inclusion that food vendors have membership in the plastic-free CQ program. As I read out before, councillors, you've got a declaration from myself that I have a declarable conflict of prescribed, I beg your pardon, conflict of interest here, and I shall vacate the chair and hand it over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Okay, councillors. Councillor Friend, did you want to move your motion?
Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Yep.
I'll move that.
And Councillor Eastwood is seconding that motion.
I'm happy
Councillor
to-
Friend, did you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. So on the 19th of October in 2021 at an ordinary council meeting, this notice of motion was submitted for resolution. This notice of motion failed to gain support at the table. So after attending the last environmental task force recently, it was brought to my attention that Livingstone is far behind other councils attempting to eliminate one-use plastics. I am bringing this back to consideration. And in doing so, would like to note that Cairns, Noosa and Rockhampton are just a few councils to have made it a requirement of food vendors to attend events within their shire to be plastic-free CQ champions. And they have achieved this. In the officer commentary under my notice of motion, I have also noted that it states that membership within plastic-free CQ is free for all to join. Officer commentary then states that this can be accomplished within the existing framework for sponsorship and temporary events process. To me, it's encouraging as the Queensland government will be expanding the phasing out of single-use plastics to include expanded polystyrene, loose-filled packaging, cotton buds with plastic stems and plastic microbeads, just to name a few. So councillors, let's be on the forefront of including our events and those that want to have events within our Shire to join Plastic Free CQ and to actually move forward to eliminate these plastics. Because as I have talked about this for the last 4 years, plastics don't break down, they break up, and it's just getting worse within our environment. And being on the Southern Barrier Reef, it's really, really important that we make this effort to actually get on board and create a plastic-free CQ. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking?
Just a question to the good
Question, Councillor Malor.
councillor. I don't have an issue. Has there any discussion been had with any of the vendors at all to sort of get some feedback, just a bit of an indication?
At this point, I might ask the Mr. CEO if the officers have already undertaken. I believe this was done earlier back in 2021, but I cannot recall what the answers may have been.
It's a long time ago.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, for the question of Councillors Friend and Mather. I don't believe there's been any further contact with the vendors since the proposal was initially put. I think our response at the time, as it is now, that the state laws that govern single-use plastics are communicated through the vendor associations and licensing bodies. This, I guess, would be a addition to the state requirements, but we haven't consulted on it specifically, no.
Thank you. Just an observation through you to the good councillor, and your comment, Mr. CEO. While the states are saying that this is what we must be doing in the future, and I don't have a problem with that, while you go through the supermarket and you put your goodies in your own bag, or you put them in their paper bag if you want to pay a few cents for it, and yet all through the aisles you've got plastic bags there to put your goodies in. So they say use a paper bag at the end of the line, but all through the shop you've got plastic bags there, and certainly in the fruit department, but you're required to put them in because there's nothing else to put them into. So it's a little bit of a do as I say, not as I do sort of thing. They've gone halfway, but maybe we need to tell them what to do too. We should turn that around and suggest that to them, that they come up with some innovation that would do away with the plastics. I mean, I love plastics, let's face it, I love plastics. I love my Tupperware and all the rest of it. But I think we've got to be realistic and look at things objectively. That's the end of my statement, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. If there's no one speaking further, I'd like to ask a question to get some clarity. Just in the councillor background there, it talks about Cairns, Noosa and Rockhampton are just a few councillors who have made it a requirement. So it's a requirement of food vendors who attend events within their shire to be plastic-free CQ champions. But then it goes on to say if they achieve this, they then get a discount. So are we suggesting that it is a requirement to actually be approved as a vendor in a council area? Or is it B, that you could potentially not be a member of the plastic free, but just means you don't get your discount? Because there seems to be two incentives. One, that you actually get approval, and two, a benefit of that is you get a discount. Or is it that you can't be a member, or you can be a member, but you don't get your discount?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can let you know straight away that the actual resolution is any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events, any applicants for council event sponsorship should have a prerequisite for CQ Plastic Free CQ. So they should become a member of CQ Plastic Free CQ.
I guess to clarify though, should become a member is different than must become a member. So could we get some clarity? Is this the intent of this? Because the devil's in the detail. Is the intent that they must, and they will only get approval if they sign up for the plastic-free CQ?
Sure. Let me be sorry. I apologise, Mr. Chair, that I wasn't as eloquent as I should have been. The actual full resolution reads that council changes its eligibility criteria to make membership of plastic-free CQ a prerequisite for any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events, any applicants for council events sponsorship. So a prerequisite, I would take that as a must.
Okay, so they must be prepared to sign up in order to get approval to operate a food vendor's van.
That's what I just said.
Excellent, okay. Very good, rightio. With that clarity, is there anyone speaking against the motion?
Not against, Mr Mayor. But it reminds me of the COVID injections. You must get injected or you don't have a job. I'm just wondering if we've checked it, tested it, to see if it discriminates.
I guess we could seek clarification if it would be valid from the CEO if this motion was indeed supported. Would that breach any anti-discrimination laws? Or? It's a fair question.
Yeah, it is a
Right of
fair
choice.
question, Mr Chairman. Without notice, I'll give the best response that I can. I would have thought that it is within the council's purview to create an environment or create conditions that are at least sympathetic to or consistent with the state's intent for eliminating single-use plastics. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that a vendor might feel as if they've been discriminated against and might bring that claim, and it might get tested. But I would have, again, without notice, I'm giving an uninformed answer. But I would have thought it was within the council's. We provide preconditions around a whole variety of funding and other programs that we offer, and if it's done for the right reason, I think that's within the council's authority to do that, yes.
It's a little bit unlike a vendor panel situation. That's what I'm saying, right? You get it.
We pre-qualify suppliers on a whole range of grounds, yes. This would be not dissimilar to that, but it's not out of the realms of possibility that someone might test it.
Okay, so Councillor Mather, you've concluded your...
Yes, I'm just posing the question because we need to check where it is. Councillor Swaddling.
Councillor Swaddling.
Yes, just speaking on behalf of mainly as the chair for Reef Guardian, the importance of this to the reef and to their environment is to start. We've got to start somewhere. The state government's already went out there and they've got their requirements around this. And I think it's only just as we follow on, it really shows that we're committed to looking after our environment, our reef, particularly the Southern Barrier Reef, and we all enjoy it. We all love the area that we live in, and we all love the reef in its entirety. So I think this is a good stepping stone for us to continue on supporting this and moving forward as we do, trying to keep this reef safer as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question, if I may, prior to going to perhaps the next speaker. So I just want to qualify, are we saying that the state doesn't mandate at this point something like of this policy, that they're actually leaving it up to local councils to determine, so it's not mandated by the state?
Mr Chairman, I can only assume so, otherwise we wouldn't be considering this item. If it was mandated by the state, there would be no need for council to add it to.
Any speakers further for or against?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, this is a no-brainer to me. You've only got we're a coastal council, or we're not only a coastal council, but we have a huge coastal area. Every bit of plastic has the potential of going into our waterways, and even just forgetting about the Great Barrier Reef for a minute, you've got to think of our estuaries, our beaches. You've only got to go up to 5 Rocks and walk along 3 Rivers Beach, and you just see a multitude of plastics. We have got to do something about it. We've got to be part of the solution. And this is a great step forward. And vendors would have seen this coming, and it's time that they took some action. And it might cost them a little bit. This may be reflected in their pricing, but as a council, we need to be on the forefront of looking after our environment, and this is a really good step forward for that. So I totally endorse it, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, Mr Mayor, if I happen to be here this time next week, Mr Mayor, I'm just flagging that I will put in a notice of motion to make sure that the state requires the supermarkets to have disposable, what do they call it, blows up in your face, plastic bags. They need to do something about that too, because they're only going halfway. And if we're going to protect our reef, these little ones that don't disintegrate, they're the ones that can cause a lot of problems. So that's...
Thank you. Okay. Well, councillors, last time I voted against this, and my convictions on this have remained unchanged, so I'll be at odds with many of you on this. But certainly not for the reasons that I don't want to see single-use plastics reduced within our environment. Quite the opposite. But for me, it's more a philosophical position that I do not believe that mandating to vendors that they must actually sign up to a particular organisation, which is the CQ Plastic Free, which is really at the heart of this, that we are saying that they must, and it is a mandate that you must, and if you don't, you will not get approval to try and earn a living. If that person who chooses not to, for whatever reason, they may not use any plastics, and yet we're going to say to them, you are going to have to join up. I think Councillor Mader, you touched on it with the mandates. You do not achieve collaboration and cooperation by mandating and forcing people to conform. We could certainly incentivise and say that, and I think Councillor Friend did it well initially, by saying that we would incentivise by providing a discount to those members who want to join Plastic CQ Free. That's a good incentive, that's collaboration. But the heaviness of this for me just goes too far. And if I get labelled a plastic zealot and a fan of plastic, well, I guess that's how Facebook works. But ultimately, I'm more someone who stands for the freedoms of people to be able to choose for themselves, certainly incentivised by a reduction in the fee, but don't mandate that if they don't do it, they can't actually try and earn an honest living. So that's where my position is. If there's no further comments, we'll go to the vote.
I'd like to wrap
You're
up.
going to wrap up. My apologies,
Thank
Councillor
you,
Friend.
Mr Chair. I appreciate that. Just a quick wrap up, actually. Just reminding councillors that Plastic Free CQ is in alliance with Boomerang Alliance Australia-wide. This is free to join. As the good Councillor Bello has just noted, that there may be some vendors that don't have any plastics, that don't need to join. Just the actual act of an online application, very, very simple and is free, then they're fine if they don't have plastics within their food vans. So I think this is a great step forward in reducing the plastics, and I concur completely with both Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Swadling that we need to protect our reef, and thank them for their comments. Thank you.
Councillors will go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is supported. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Okay, while we're getting the Mayor, you can just peruse your agenda and he'll be back. Yes, Molly. Looks like you want to ask a question.
I've just sent you all an email as I had an error in my previous answer. So the outriggers actually applied for tenure last week. So not only have it been progressing, but their tenure documentation application is formally submitted. So I just wanted to correct that.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, 10.2. Thank you, councillors. This is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to signage at the Pines. Councillor Friend, would you like to present your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll certainly move this. We know here in Queensland all residential areas are noted as being 50 kilometres. It should be a well-known fact for all motorists. And due to this reasoning itself, it's been noted that council will not install a 50-kilometre sign at the entrance to the Pines. The Pines itself is a beautiful residential area, but it also has an industrial area attached to it as well. And what the residents are actually asking for is this 50-kilometre sign, and also a little sign that states Ducks Crossing. I thought I'd throw that one in. That was big on a number of residents' agenda. This sign at the entrance can be accommodated within the budget, and this particular sign is a constant reminder to lower the speed in this residential and industrial area. All residents wish for this one sign stating 50 kilometres and a little sign stating Ducks Crossing. I cannot understand why it's so difficult to put this one sign at the entrance of the Pines when quite a number of residents just want this one sign. Councillors, please support this for the residents of the Pines. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Yes, you can.
Through the chair, when it says the AADT and the 85th percentile speed, that only shows the average. I'm just wondering if we had any readings well above 50 kilometres an hour.
Okay, perhaps that's a question.
Because that's the situation that's been
I'm
called.
sure the officers will have to take that one on notice, councillor Watson.
Yeah,
Thank you. Get back to you on that one.
And the other thing is that with the ducks, it doesn't hurt having a nice cute sign. That's all.
Mr Mayor, I have a question also to the officers. In noting that the traffic count was undertaken in February of 23 over 1 year ago, has another traffic count obviously have not been taken since, or, you know, it was 12 months ago, over 12 months ago that this traffic count was taken?
Mr Mayor, I'm guessing if there was a traffic count taken since February 2023, we would have reported the results.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Bello, your light's on. You had a question? Yeah.
My apologies, Mr.
That's okay. I thought you had a question. All right. Is there a seconder for this notice of motion? Councillor Watson, thank you. All right. Are there any further questions?
No questions, Mr Mayor, but I'm just concerned that it is not already 50 because of the proximity to the houses and the roads.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, it's just
It
not
is.
I
signposted.
was just, I was going to say, yes. Yeah, that's fine.
So I guess councillors, I'm not blindsiding the officers by saying this. I've asked this question a couple of times in the last 4 years that, you know, most of the streets, our suburban streets are 50 kilometres per hour, we know that, but a lot of people don't. And I quite often get requests for signage on particular suburban locations because people are saying we want motorists to slow down. And that 50 kilometre per hour sign is a good awareness for people that it is actually 50k per hour through the suburbs, not 60. And so a couple of times I've asked the officers and been told that no, our policy is because it's 50k, we don't put signs up. Well, that's fine, but I think notices of motion such as this one are totally appropriate because I think sometimes members of our community need reminding that 50 kilometres per hour is the speed limit within our suburban areas, and that's the speed they have to drive at. And clearly, if they wish to exceed that speed limit, then they run the risk of getting a ticket.
Mr Mayor, just as an adjunct to that, the town hall in the last couple of days, it was put to me that we're talking about reducing speed limits. The Ocean Park Avenue, and that's up this topic, that's 50 at the moment, and they're saying that we promised to bring it down to 40. So I think we just need to keep that in the back of our mind because that will come up again. Because they are still skipping through there apparently, but that's something that needs to be determined at the right time. But they've reminded us that we did tell them that would go down to 40. So maybe there's an exception to the rules where we need to go a little bit further.
Yes,
Just an observation.
I noted in this report that 45 kilometres per hour is the 85th percentile. That it probably means that 15% of people aren't doing 45 kilometres per hour.
Mr Mayor, just a question, I don't know if there's an officer here, probably not, with an answer. Oh, Michael might be able to. The costing of two signs, a duck sign and a speed limit sign to be set up. I just wouldn't mind having that information, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, better make that 2 duck signs, we've got ducks too.
Sign, thank you for the question, councillor. Sign of single plate signs about $200. So it's not a huge cost. On the officers who have assessed this, it's a manual of uniform traffic control devices, which is legislated under the Traffic Operation Road Use Management Manual, which is a state government legislation, guides all local governments on what signs to install where. So that we've taken that document to be that you don't put 50k signs in built-up areas. And I know from what Mr Mayor's saying, many residents don't understand that, or they turn off the high speed road and they're not sure when they should slow down. So yeah, the signage is roughly $200 a sign, and it's within our budget, as Councillor Friend has mentioned. It's more of the trying to understand the principle of what the legislation says versus what our community expects.
If I could, Mr Chair, prior to Mr Crediman leaving there, so if we're assessing, say, an application for a new housing subdivision, would they not be needed, or council would not choose to put a 50k sign up, for example, just to be a part of the traffic strategy for those estates at this point in time?
Thanks for the question. No, we wouldn't. As I mentioned, the general rule, I think 50 kilometre per hour in urban areas, or built-up areas it's called, has been in place since about 1999. So the principle that has been written into the documentation from the state is that you don't put signs up and everybody knows that they should be doing 50. The exception of that is if you have a new estate with a major urban collector, which would be a higher order road with limited access, it would be 60 kilometres an hour and signposted as such. But as you turn off that higher order road into the minor estate roads, then everyone, as per the Traffic Act, should know it's 50.
Just if I could, in response to that, Mr Crediman, it'd be interesting to survey the community even and ask them, do you know the speed of your built-up areas? It's one thing to assume that people know, and I'm not suggesting that you do. The state is. It's one thing to assume that people know, but it's another thing for people to actually know. And even with new road rules that come into place, or appropriately using roundabouts, especially for the older drivers, we are not always up to speed with what is actually current practice. So I'd hope that as a council we would include that in as part of our traffic strategy, that a 50k would be part of that subdivision, personally. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor White. Thanks, Michael. All right, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, secondly Councillor Watson. Any further discussion before we go to the vote? Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to it or close?
Yes, I will just close very briefly. It's about behavioural change. It's about education. It's about letting the large, heavy vehicles that do enter the Pines from that area, and also the residential traffic, know that it is 50 kilometres. I think it's really important that these signs, which are of minimal cost, be placed in this area. Thank you so much, members.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
10.3, questions on notice from Councillor Friend in relation to Flood Road, Yamba. We are receiving the questions on notice, councillors. I beg your pardon, what did I say?
Yes, because she's on roll.
Okay. Councillor Mather, I beg your pardon, sorry.
Mr Mayor, yes, there are no answers to those questions in this report.
I think they've been provided.
Thank you. A second, Mr Mayor.
Well, this was important because it's causing
I'm sure they're not difficult, councillor Mather.
Can you get them sometime today, is it possible?
We'll get responses for you as soon as we can. As soon as they're received, as I say, there are other ways of going about business.
Yeah, I know that.
Once the council's accepted the questions on notice, we'll provide the responses.
I put them in writing in plenty of time, thinking they're simple, we'll get them back, so
I
we'll know where
agree.
we go from there.
Absolutely agree.
Well, what happened?
We don't presuppose that the council receives your questions on notice.
Oh,
In the past, the questions,
Bill, microphone, councillor.
the questions are put in on time and appropriately, and when the questions come to the table, the answers are usually beside them. And the motions usually, from my historical experience, so that when the motion comes up, the questions and answers be received and appended to the minutes. Because I've raised this before. And that hasn't happened here.
That's correct, it hasn't.
Well, I think that's a flaw, because I was anxious, I haven't pressed, but I was anxious to know what's going on, because this has been going on for a whole year. And one of my questions was, how's it been going on for a whole year? And we haven't addressed it, so I thought those questions were quite relevant.
Well, procedurally, councillor Mather, what we have to do, if you want to submit questions on notice through the council meeting, that has to be endorsed by a resolution and then given to the officers to respond. Alternatively, there's the option of emailing the Chief Executive Officer with your questions and asking for a response, which is probably a quicker way of doing things. And then he can basically publish the responses to us and the community if that's determined.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I learned a long time ago there are some things we have to put in writing, because nobody has any memory of them down the track. That's the worry.
Yeah, well,
So if we can get them as soon as possible through you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm
to the
sure he
CEO.
will.
Yeah, thank you. Just remember that there is a bit of anxiety behind this. Thank you.
all right.
And I'll be happy to move.
Okay, so we're going to move to councillor Mather.
Second.
And council awaits the response to those questions.
Thank you. We've got to move to councillor Mather, seconded councillor Friend. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. (10.4) is a notice of motion from councillor Friend in relation to Mapes Road at Maryvale. Councillor Friend, do you want to present your notice of motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a short statement on this notice of motion. On the 16th of February, I met on site with officers and resident on Mapes Road in relation to vegetation obstructing the road and the condition of this road. On the 19th of February, I requested that this notice of motion be included within urgent business. I was told that at this stage that the vegetation would be attended to before the end of February. Therefore, I withdrew the urgent request for a NOM. On the 1st of March, I received another call from the resident stating that action was not yet undertaken, hence this notice of motion that I have submitted. Only this last Saturday, I received a text from the resident and they have noted that they have been contacted by council officers and have been provided with the same information as in the commentary of this notice of motion, that the grading will be undertaken early April and the hazardous vegetation removed. So I withdraw this notice of motion.
All right, thank you, councillor. Councillor Watson?
Previous 10.3, I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling I have a conflict of interest, but I'm not sure of the actual person that's asked the thing, but I know that someone on that road there, my son's family, or girlfriend's family, actually owns the land that I think might have something to do with this. So I now have a feeling that I might have had a conflict of interest with it. I just didn't click to the road, because I don't actually know the road, but I have a feeling that's, I don't know what to do, that's all.
All right, we'll take that,
After,
well, to deal with that in the break, councillor.
Yep.
We'll have some conversations with the Chief Executive Officer.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to acknowledge that Councillor Friend has withdrawn her notice of motion.
That will be noted in the minutes, councillor Mather.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, while we're still on the subject, why do we have to, I mean, I know I do it, that Mapes Road, it's out of the way. It's not something that's being used all the time, that road, but surely it has maintenance like every other road from time to time, rather than have the vegetation envelop over the vehicles. I mean, we shouldn't have to be doing that. It
As
should
in,
be, I mean, it may not be done every year or every 6 months, every 2 years, but I think it should be on the list to be done at some stage, rather than have a councillor go chase it up and say, why isn't it done? And this is what I'm saying, and I do this all the time, and I'm tired of it. We shouldn't have to do that. It makes our job much harder.
all right. Thanks, councillor Mather.
Yes.
10.5. I'll beg your pardon. Do we resolve this one? 10 point.
You had to vote on councillor withdrawing the motion.
Yeah, councillor Friend withdrew it. That's right. 10.4. 10.5 is the notice of motion from councillor Bello in relation to temporary swimming facilities. Councillor Bello, would you like to present your notice of motion, please?
Yes, I'd like to move that recommendation there, Mr Mayor and councillors.
Any questions? Councillor Friend.
I have a question, thank you through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Bello. What type of temporary facility did you have in mind?
What type of temporary facilities would I have in mind? More than what's currently there.
Are you suggesting a blow-up pool?
Am I suggesting a blow-up pool?
Yeah. What else?
What else am I going to do?
Councillor Watson.
I'm sorry, I stepped in.
Councillor Watson, I would sort of suggest that that's probably an inappropriate question. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you for your...
Apology received, no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, for answering to the best you can answer that question. I'm now going to pose to the officers, have officers already investigated other facilities?
Just hang on a sec. Councillor, Mr CEO, respond to Councillor Friend's question, thanks. Yep.
Mr Chairman, the ongoing liaison with the pool management and the groups that they support happens each day. I don't believe any of those options have contemplated providing a temporary facility as is nominated in the motion. We'll do whatever we can to minimise the disruption, but I think we have to be realistic that a project of this scale and the need for contractors to be on site means we're going to be without that body of water for a period of time.
One more question along the same lines as I was travelling through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr CEO. And I acknowledge also that it's unfortunate that this facility has to be closed in order to construct a new facility, which will be wonderful. However, there is the lagoon, Emu Park pool, a private pool also in Emu Park, a private pool in Industrial Avenue. However, my question is, which schools may be able to accommodate this need? Are there any schools?
If I could, Mr Chairman, just as a point of order, the purpose of the motion, councillors, is for those exact investigations to be undertaken. So to put the officers on notice here now asking for an answer for something that this motion is intended to do, that to allow them to go and explore every avenue possible. That's the purpose of it.
Or can I suggest, Councillor Bello, that then you need to amend your notice of motion because you're talking about budgetary options. So if you take the word budgetary out, that actually accords with what your most recent comment is. But so at this point in time, I think the word budgetary possibly doesn't allow for what you're looking at.
The things that may prove the solution may require budgetary options.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you though, Councillor, is if you just limit it to budget, okay? If you're thinking about what other options might be out there, don't restrict it to just budgetary options. That's all I'm saying to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. Just let me get my head around that. Could we just lift the in order to provide continuous much from the social services? Council, let's take urgent review of budgetary options.
And of course,
urgent review, well, could it be including, need to be acknowledgement that it may cost.
Review of options, including budgetary options.
Yeah, Great inclusion. Thank you very much. Happy to include that.
Excuse Mr Mayor, I've actually asked this question of the General Manager of Communities, and he said that the Emu Park pool, which is heated, will be available for these people.
Who said that, sorry?
The General Manager of Communities. I asked this question a few weeks back when they had a few problems with the pool over there.
Okay,
That's what I was trying to get to before.
right, all right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor, if the general manager says that can be accommodated, we need to get that confirmed by the lessee.
By who, sorry?
The lessee of the pool over there,
Yes.
because they may have other ideas for schools or rehabs and all the rest of it. So the manager's saying yes, I would hope that he would have that confirmed by the lessee. Yeah.
Okay, well, councillors, in interpreting Councillor Bello's motion, and Councillor Bello can correct me if I have this wrong, is that this is really about looking at options for the users of the pool during its closure. Is that not correct there, Councillor Bello? Given we have to close the pool
Yes.
for construction of the new facility, you are looking at what options might be for these user groups to be able to relocate it elsewhere. Is that correct?
That would certainly be a big part of it. And perhaps if I can just qualify, so the small learn to swim pool, the heated pool, that's not going to be demolished.
That's correct, Mr Mayor. It's not in the scope of this project, but given its proximity to the works, will be unavailable for the same period of time.
And so that judgment's been made that definitively it is too difficult to keep the small learn to swim school pool open for the project to be, the 50-metre pool to be constructed, which could be a period of 6, 12, 18 months.
Mr Chairman, we are preparing people for the prospect that both bodies of water will be offline for a period of up to 18 months. If we can achieve something better than that, once we know who the contractor is, what their construction method is, what they will and won't be able to do on site, if we can improve on that, we will. But we're certainly not trying to create unrealistic expectations about what might be achieved. We'd rather do the reverse of that.
So just to further tease that out, it would be within council's scope to require of the contractor to, as part of the even assessment of their criteria as to who's going to be successful, what can you do to carry out the construction and keep the small pool still open to the public, and what sort of timeframes do you believe that you can do that? Because a contractor who understands that that is a significant factor in council awarding the contract, if it is something that we believe is important, well, it would be good for that to be provided very clearly to the contractor, because any contractor it would be far easier to close the whole lot. They'd all agree with that. But my argument is that is not conducive to supporting the needs of the community, and I would put that as a high value within the scope of the contract if this table wants to do that. Now, it may mean costing more money, but that would be something for each individual council to consider, whether they believe they are prepared to do that. But that we do have the ability to write that into the contract tender process. Mr CEO, if I could just get that clarified, please.
Mr Chairman, the council's current instructions is that $13 million is the budget. We're struggling to achieve that with what we've got. If the council passes this resolution, including that other budgetary options should be presented, and the appetite of the incoming council is that $13 million is not the budget, then other things are possible. I guess we're trying to be as realistic as we can be based on what our project managers understand about what the contractors will be able to achieve. But it's not just about work management of the site. We've all heard about what's happened when old buildings have been demolished and we discover things there that we prefer that are not, and no one wants young children being next door to those things, and you know, so we are trying to be realistic. We're not trying to eliminate options, but we're just trying to manage people's expectations, and if we can improve on that, we will.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bella, you're moving this.
Yes, Mr Chair.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Eastwood? All right. So councillor Bella, did you want to speak to your motion in any sort of further depth?
Beyond what I've already stated there, councillors, and I thank you, Mr Mayor, for your collaboration there in including that wording there. The prospect that what we know is that sometimes contracts don't go that well. We've seen 2 bridges that we're trying to get built up in the north there that are nearly 3 years into a contract and there's still no bridges there. My concern is that sometimes contracts can take out a lot longer than what we may have originally thought. Not saying it will, but I would hope that we would do everything we can as a council within our authority and within our budgetary capacity, which could mean more money being allocated to actually construct the pool but still keep the small pool open for the bulk of the time. That may mean significant hoarding or insulated fencing going around it. They're all things that are possible to do if you are prepared to do it on behalf, and I think the urgency of this is quite high. Potentially, the other facilities are out there are already at capacity. If that is the case, and I'm not saying that definitively, but that's some of the feedback I've received, and some of the school pools are not able, for whatever reason, to be able to absorb some of those additional users, we may see the circumstances, and probably my main concern is around young children learning to swim and people needing hydrotherapy for rehabilitation purposes. I hope that we would do everything we can as a council, and if it means extra budget, well, that's what we do. Rather than be limited by the budget when we do have the ability beyond the budget to do something. That's what the intent of this motion is, and I ask for your support on something that I believe is extremely important to the community. Thank you.
All right. You got a question, councillor Watson?
Yes, I do. I'm thinking we should lay this on the table simply because this work may have been done by the General Manager of Communities, because we did have a conversation about this. And maybe we wait till see if he actually has an answer, because I know that the Emu Park pool in particular could be running at night. There's plenty of opportunities to run it longer than what it is currently to cater for this change that is possibly coming or is coming up. I'm just wondering if we hold it on the table simply because the work may have already been done, that's all. Maybe to later in the meeting.
Are you moving that procedural motion?
May I please? Please lay it on the table.
Right, so you want to craft that matter lay on the table?
Can we lay it on the table and ask the Manager of Communities if he's got any... I don't know, I can't even think of the wording right now. Can you help me, please?
All right. I'm just wondering whether
Just for further...
If this resolution is passed, we'll continue to do that. If we've already got the answer, then we'll let everyone know.
All right, that's fine. I'm fine. It's just... It's not to stop you from doing anything. It's just that I think maybe the work's already been done. That's all. All right, no, forget that. Thank you.
well, in supporting the motion, councillor Watson, I don't think you're doing any damage to that anyway. Ultimately, as the CEO said, that information will come back. And I think,
Yes.
yeah. All right. Anyone speaking against? Yep, I'll get to you in a minute, councillor Eastwood. Okay, councillor Eastwood, you're speaking for it.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've also fielded a number of inquiries in relation to this, and I think, you know, we do have to be vigilant to make sure that we do our best to make sure that kids can learn to swim. And if you're a young mum with a 4-year-old who might have to travel to Emu Park, maybe, and can't get in, I don't think Laurie Lawrence will be too proud of us, you know. We need to keep alive and do the 5, and I think we need to do our bit to do that. And this is just getting answers to questions to see what can be done, where we can go. If those answers already exist, great. If not, then we'll get them. And I'm quite happy to support this motion, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll ask again, anyone else speaking against? All right, well, I'll speak in support of it as well. Council, I think we've all had some contact from people with concerns over this particular issue. Now, I've made some public comment to rebut some commentary around, or misinformed commentary around the Kiwi Bay pool and the awarding of the funding for this, which is hopefully now being corrected within the community. But certainly, my understanding is that the contractual arrangement between the lessee and these particular swimming organisations provides, I suppose, some degree of agreement between those two parties that if something like this happens, the pool closes, there's alternative arrangements made. Now, council will continue to do what it can do to try and help these particular groups out, and I think Councillor Bellow's notice of motion will allow us to do that, notwithstanding that some of these arrangements, as the CEO has pointed out to us, may already have been put into train. But certainly, I think going forward, we also have to face the reality, and again, this will come out as part of the review, that if you're going to demolish the amenities block, which is right next door to the 17-metre heated pool, to my way of thinking, having seen a few of these projects in my career, it's highly unlikely, I'm not saying it's impossible, but highly unlikely that the 70-metre pool will be able to operate while that building is being demolished, particularly if we find things like asbestos in the amenities building. So you'll have dust flying, you'll have all sorts of things in the atmosphere that won't necessarily be conducive to aquarobics classes or great for the filters within the 70-metre pool. But certainly I take on board Councillor Bellow's concerns. I think we all have concerns in relation to this, and hopefully the review that's being done will highlight some of the issues and hopefully provide some solutions. All right. Anyone else wish to speak before I go to Councillor Bellow to wrap up? Councillor Mather?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, I support the motion. I guess the good councillor is doing what every other councillor wishes to do, and that's to get the best produce out of the money that we've been allocated. And if it means having to displace people for a little while, that's what we have to do. But we must be certain that if we're going to displace them, we've got a place for them to go to. And that's really what I think the concern's all about. This is based on, the motion is based on health and safety, to make sure that there's a continuity in relation to learn to swim or rehabilitation, because the setback from either could be disastrous for anybody. So I do support the motion, Mr Mayor, and I recognise that 13 million is a lot of money, but it doesn't always get us what we want. So we just need to do our homework and keep moving in the right direction here.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bellow, you want to wrap up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Councillors, really what I'm trying to lift us up, I guess, is to a place where we identify the things that are not negotiable. And if we can't provide other facilities or collaborate with other users across our network, if that can't accommodate those who are going to be left behind as a result of being closed for potentially 12 or 18 months, what I'm saying is let's find out the cost that's required to be able to bridge that gap. And if that cost is $500,000, well, I'm prepared to spend that money. I want to know how much it's going to cost to keep that small pool open during the construction and stage the process. Because if that can be achieved, and you can only make a decision when you know what the cost is, right? If you know what the cost is, then you can make an informed decision. Yeah? But to not explore that option, because we may find that the network out there cannot accommodate hundreds of little children who are at that process in their development when you're 2 and 3 year old. If you aren't able to continue through your journey, your quest to learn to swim, those stages of development are fundamental to continue. And if there's a cost attributed to that and an inconvenience because of it, because we say to the contractor, you're going to seal up that little pool and you're going to create an additional or a different access. We're going to have temporary toilets over there and that little pool will stay open. A contractor can do that. And I respect that asbestos may be a concern. Mate, there is houses that get demolished in the middle of a street that are full of asbestos. The neighbours next door, they don't get told to leave, they live next door to it. Because it's up to the contractor to conceal that site, make it safe, and life goes on. All of these things are possible, and it will cost more money. That's what we want. We need to know how much more. And they're the sort of things, though, that a future council, I believe, need to drill down into in-depthly and not just accept that it's going to be an inconvenience to do the construction and keep the little pool open. That's where I believe we need to go. The other thing really to touch on is the consultation that is so imperative for us to undertake well before we actually go out and tender these things, and not the emails that we get weeks beforehand and when we all go into code red. That's where I think there needs to be much improvement, and I commend the staff that have worked hard up to this point, but I hope that we can improve into the future. Thank you.
We've got a move and a second, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, we're up to 11.1.
Yeah, as Mr. Chair, as a result of the prescribed conflict of interest, I now leave the meeting room.
Thank you, based on the fact that you're the first officer of the Cunnawarra Rural Fire Station. Mr. CEO, who's presenting this report? Michael?
Apologies, Mr. Chair, I was distracted for a moment.
Welcome back to the table, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the Australian Government is providing up to $200 million nationally under round 2 of the Disaster Ready Fund to support disaster risk reduction. This is being administered by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and applications close on the 20th of March, so next week, and successful project announcements will begin in July with agreements for commencement of the projects in early 2025. So officers have reviewed projects in our Forward Works program which may be suitable for an application into this funding, external funding opportunity. There's 6 projects listed as officers' recommendation. 5 of the 6 projects are in our Forward Works program next financial year and also the following financial year. And there's the first one, which are fuel pods in Yeppoon and the cage depots, which is, I would call, a new capital investment opportunity as part of this program. There's an attachment 1 as part of this report, which lists the projects, the total project cost, the funding amount which we're requesting, and then the council contribution. If we are unsuccessful with this funding round, then council has, through the budget deliberations, will need to determine whether these projects go ahead with our own funding in the years within the Forward Works program, or we seek other funding opportunities. So I'm happy to take questions from the councillors.
Just a quick question from me first. I'm going to push in front of you, councillor friend. I might have missed it, Michael, but I'm just trying to find in the report, as I wasn't looking on the weekend as well, the dollar amount for all of this. Did I miss that?
No. On page 44.
Further on down? Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Okay. I did see that actually. My mistake. Sorry. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's quite understandable that all of us incumbents are perhaps a little bit tired with the campaign happening at the moment, and so we're all only human. So my question, under looking at the Cunnawarra fire station, and the access, install a driveway access from Raspberry Creek Road. Am I correct, Michael, in saying that this particular area has black soil, which when wet in heavy rains is almost inaccessible for emergency vehicles?
I don't know the exact soil makeup in that fire station. If it is black soils, then it can be difficult to traverse with a vehicle.
Sure.
The background to this project is that the Rural Fire Brigade secured funding to complete a new shed, which that has been completed, and that's fantastic for the community. They approached council through the local disaster management group to provide some additional funding for the driveway access and a pipe crossing at the road interface. The local disaster management group thought that was a reasonable request, and it's in the draft budget for council deliberations, and we thought that'd be a good opportunity here to try and secure some external funding to help deliver that project.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Mr. Creederman. I'm just, were there other fire stations, rural fire stations, because there's a number of them that actually would like to have a sealed driveway. Were they considered in this at all, or perhaps they haven't gone through the disaster group as yet and they're not in the forward works? How does that work? There's been talk of other rural fire brigades that need driveways.
From my recollection of this particular project is that it would be just a gravel driveway. It's not sealed.
Oh.
So it'll be a pipe crossing and then some road base to create a traversable pavement. Obviously they've just built a new fire station, and they need access, and that'll be a minimum standard access. We won't be sealing it.
Okay.
And for the other sites, then I assume that they'll be, if they need support, then they'll come through the disaster management group as well.
My other question, there's been a lot of talk about Gravel Pit Road in recent times, and upgrading the road itself and fire trails surrounding this particular area. Is Gravel Pit Road, couldn't you please help me recall whether it is in the forward works that you're aware of?
Thank you for the question. No, I don't believe it's in the Forward Works program in the short term. My recollection from previous discussions with council was that there's a resolution on the record which, if I can recall, maintain the existing road as a fire trail, and then look to explore funding opportunities.
Certainly. So look to explore funding opportunities. Was that considered in this particular round of funding at all?
No, it wasn't, from the point of view that officers looked at the projects which were on this list and within the first 3 years of the Forward Works program. So the opportunity from officers' point of view was to try and secure matching funding to then reduce our burden on the existing projects that we already had identified in our Forward Works program.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Mr. Creederman, the fuel pod for your poon, are you talking about putting that in Cordingley Street? And if so, if we move out to, or when we move out to the Pines Estate industrial area, will it be able to be moved easily?
I'd like to say yes. The fuel pods are double-skinned temporary bowsers, so we can relocate those. The previous fuel bowser that we had was an underground installation, but the more modern technique is to have them above ground, double skinned, so they don't leak.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Gravel Pit Road was mentioned. It's a fire trail. It doesn't lead to a fire station. Okay? When we discussed that, we were discussing Tooker's Road as a through road and getting one end sealed because of the dust hazards there. But I think that the big focus on that was the surf lakes Yes, and that's why we were looking at upgrading that section there that's unconstructed, was because to allow entrance to surf lakes, and that wouldn't come into here. So gravel pit road, I wouldn't think would be in this class, although it will be done one of these days, but not with matching funding. Mr. Mayor, Barmarie Road, that's important because it's flood immunity, because we've only got, and that needs to be upgraded at some stage, because as people, there's quite a lot of people down there, they're going to be bound. They can't get out at all. And I know that ambulances won't go across that water, even that much water. Dawson Road's another flood immunity one. You've got a creek crossing there. Racecourse Road, it's opposite the sports ground there, and that's a drainage problem in itself, and if we don't do something there, we're going to be left with the baby. And Drain Street, well, that's above our station, down on the station, up in the hills there behind with the green shed, the yellow shed, whatever it is, all up through there. That's a problem because you've got all those hills funneling their water down through that area, and that land behind the station there that they're constructing now, that is a drainage problem in itself. And if we don't get the right pipes in the right place there, we're going to have a problem. So Drain Street is most critical for this list of funding. And I don't have a problem, Mr. Mayor. I don't know anything about fuel pods, I have to say that, but maybe in time I'll learn. But yeah, all of those do deserve a gong, because when we look at how much money we've got there, have we planned to put away the 24-25, there's 2 of those for budget, and the other 3 go to the following budget. That's how you've worked it, Michael?
That's correct, Councillor. Each of those projects are already listed in our Forward Works program for budget consideration. So this, if we were successful, this would be a reduction of our own funds by 50%, which is good for our budget. If we were unsuccessful, then officers would be putting forward these projects to fund ourselves from general revenue. We'd struggle
a little bit longer by the sound of it, yes. As far as the Cunnawarra fire station goes, I don't know whether, if it's not going to be sealed, and I understand that everybody would like to be sealed, and I don't think many are, that is quite a low lying there, getting from the Raspberry Creek Road to the fire station, and you would need a fair bit of gravel and some good piping there, because it's rather flat. And I don't know whether you're coming off Raspberry Creek directly to the fire station, or we're going to take that other road that we came in below that. Remember that one, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I do. I think this is coming straight off Raspberry Creek Road
They'd need a platform.
There's already a track there, Councillor Mather, as you know, and I think they're just going to engineer that one.
I didn't know whether that's the original that they were planning to upgrade, but it will need, because of the type of soil, and there is black soil all throughout our shire, and I think there is some there, but I'm not sure exactly where. But there would need to be a platform there, as like a hard standing for the vehicles to reside. Because, you know, like Kawarl's a typical example. You've got a good shed, you've got good patronage, and you've got a big area there that a helicopter could land on. But when it's wet, you can't park there. So at the moment it's okay. But Cunnawarra I'd imagine would be one that would be similar, that you can't park there in the wet weather because it won't hold the vehicles, it's not strong enough. So it will need not only to get from Raspberry Creek to the shed, but you'd need a platform there of hard standing to accommodate the vehicles.
I'm sure the engineers will design something that's appropriate,
as long
Councillor
as
Mather.
they're prepared for it, Mr. Mayor, because I know how much gravel you'd need there.
Yeah, well, that's a good amount of money's been allocated to that particular project.
Yes.
So. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just following on from the other councillors' questions there, I'm curious with the Lake Mary Rural Fire Brigade shed there, that's not appearing on here for a bitumen access on that very, very potentially dangerous corrugated sweeping bend that's existed there for a long time. And what I wanted to tease out is I understand that it was originally on a list that was approved for the Black Saturday bushfire funding. It was then taken off that list. So it's been identified as being important enough before. We had an opportunity as a council to redirect funding at one point back to that, but we chose not to. I respect that. I'm just curious, Michael, is it, when it says there that 5 of the 6 projects are listed in the forward works, can I get some clarity around when the Lake Mary Road section will be bitumened, which would take in that fire sheds section there as well? And if indeed it's a long way out, which it seems to be continually getting pushed out from our capital program, if we could get some clarity when that's actually identified to be done, and if it's in a long way off, I'm finding it difficult just to understand why it wouldn't be. Is it capable of adding to this list? Like, do we have a maximum that we're allowed to apply for, or are we able to include another item on the list?
Yeah, thank you for the question, councillor. So Lake Mary Road, that section is included in our forward works program. I'll take it on notice for the exact time frame, but it's, from my memory of things, it would be on the limit of maybe the first 4 years, between 4 and 6 years from now, if I had to say off the top of my head. So the program, the forward works program, is based on our procedure and policy around upgrading from a gravel road to a sealed road standard, and that the trigger for that is 150 vehicles per day. So Lake Mary Road is approaching that in that first 2 kilometres, so that's why it's on our list. From my memory, we have other roads higher up on that list, which, so Dawson Road, Mount Chalmers Road, there's sections of Cobberabore Road, Lake Mary Road, so they're all in that program. This program, QRA is seeking projects, I'm just reading from my report, that increase the understanding of disaster impacts, increase resilience, build capacity and capability, and reduce disaster risk. So my view on that would be that sealing that section of Lake Mary Road may not fit into this criteria. That's why we've looked at the projects in our forward works program and picked these 6 in the first instance. And the second part of your question around how many can we nominate, I don't believe there's a limit, but given that this round is $200 million across Australia, it'd be very unlikely that we would get everything that we asked for. Yeah.
So I guess the criteria though for the funding conversations with the first officer there out at Lake Mary, and I think the customer request would reflect that that particular bend there with the corrugations, especially in hot, dry times when our rural roads deteriorate, is of high concern to them in terms of its trafficability when you're in the pressure of a fire event. I guess what I'm raising with councillors is previously that's been identified as a significantly important safety aspect, and it was on the original list. And one of the only reasons it was withdrawn is that they didn't have the fire shed actually built at the time, even though they had the funding approved. And to their credit, they went on and built the fire shed, and yet the safety bitumen to follow up hasn't yet occurred, and it could be 4 to 6 years away. I guess all I can do in my function here is propose that a foreshadow motion that we either include that in the list additional to what's already there, or ask officers to reconsider the list and include Lake Mary into that list. That's what I'd be foreshadowing for the members to consider.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor.
Hang on, Councillor Friend is first, Councillor Mather, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Michael, when does this application have to be in by?
10th.
20th. The 20th of March.
20th of March, so it's next week, okay. All right. And you're saying that the criteria for Lake Mary's shed it does not comply with what's in this particular funding?
As I said before, I don't believe it would it. So on page 41 of the report, in the background, partway down the page, QRA is seeking project applications that increase the understanding of disaster impacts. So that might be a flood study, for example. Increase resilience, so that might be building up a particular asset to a higher level. Build capability and capacity, so that might be a community focus, and reduce disaster risk. So I don't believe a corrugated corner would fit those criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mather. Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Michael, I concur with the need to have that pushed up the budget a little bit closer than what it's 4 to 6 years. I don't think we can afford to wait that long because there are a number of factors here that we need to consider. I don't know what the vehicles per day are at the moment, if we need to get to 150 and close to it. Sometimes we can go in earlier if it warrants it. The corrugation along that first stretch there, that 2-point-something kilometres, to include that S-bend from the old Byfield Road to the Lake Mary, the turn off there, that is high maintenance. And when it starts to fall apart, it's badly corrugated and the damage to the vehicles, shaking their, I wouldn't like to use the words I normally would use, their shockies, their springs, their, you name it, their rims, their tyres, everything goes. And they're sick and tired of it. When it goes, it really goes and goes quickly. So,
Councillor Mather, is there a question here? Because we're not in debate yet.
Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Because this is the Lake Mary Road, and the amount of traffic on Lake Mary Road and the demand for maintenance in recent times shows that the traffic is increasing right through there. Because people are coming through there, we're going to have machines there more regularly going to be affected, and that involves the fire station. So if we're going to be looking at the fire station, we need to come from the Lake Mary, the Old Byfield Road, through to that S-bend. And I think we've got an agreement to resume land there on that S-bend to straighten it. I understand we have, at least it's been agreed, going back. So
We can take that as a question on notice, Councillor Mather.
well, that could be right, Mr Mayor, but it is Lake Mary, and all of that is adding the demand on that section of road. So all of these things come into play for the fire station. What's good for the road is good for the fire station. And I wouldn't like to see it go out for 6 years because we need to do better than that, a lot better than that.
Okay, I'll take that question for the officers about whether there's an agreement to procure that land. The other matter, just a moment, Councillor Friend. The other matter I think we need to keep in mind is this is a particular report about seeking funding for these particular projects. Not diminishing the significance of Lake Mary Road, the issue there. We've all been out and had a look at it. The separate issue, I guess, is as part of the budgetary deliberations, if you want it brought forward, councillors, you need to do it then.
Yes.
Okay, and so that particular timing the project can sort of come up in the list of significance and the hierarchy of needs at that time. Mm-hmm. All right.
Thanks.
All right, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
I think I've said what I need to say, Mr Mayor,
Right.
except I don't think the Lake Mary one would fit this criteria. I'd agree with Michael on that one, but these do, they all are deserving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello.
There are times when we can agree to disagree, and I actually disagree that with the good director there that it doesn't fit the criteria. It certainly would build the resilience and the capability of the real fireys that would be trying to take the most dangerous of activity during a horrendous fire, which we did see in the Black Saturday event, and that Lake Mary fire shed is absolutely pivotal in the position that it's in, and it's well agreed and well understood that bend that constantly has corrugations is a major challenge for people, especially in a fire circumstance where you've got a lot of pressure on you and you've got a substandard road, and we have the ability to include that into this project. I would well like to interview or discuss with the funding providers the logic if they were to say, no, we don't believe it actually is consistent with the funding. We see that we've got a fire station driveway access that has been identified there. So that one's going to get road base. I believe Lake Mary could get bitumen, and you would greatly enhance the capability of those volunteers in that Lake Mary area where that fire shed has now been built, and this is an opportunity we can forward direct funding to that and reduce 50% of the capital costs that it would be when we bitumen it into the future, and that would be a saving for council. So I respect the director's position on that, but sometimes we can agree to disagree, and that's quite okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Malor. Anyone speaking for? Okay, happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All right, we've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Mr CEO, I might move a procedural motion we break for morning tea. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The next in the sequence of management reports presented for council or information. This one's the Office of the CEO, which of course includes the finance and governance, people and culture and information services parts of the organisation. Initially, on the first couple of pages is the overview of the 6 performance targets that have been set by the council for management of the organisation, and our performance in those areas is spelled out on pages 45 and 46. And then at the bottom of page 46, councillor requests volume and tracking is shown in that table. Perhaps not surprisingly, there's been an uptick in the most recent months. Happy to answer any questions or invite the chief officers of the other parts of the organisation to respond to questions on the balance of the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr CEO, for your in-depth report. I was just looking on page 51. There's a pie chart there. There's a load of community talk about tenders being given to local contractors. In the pie chart, I see that the local tenders are 28%. Tenders from CQ, around CQ, are 25%. Queensland Intrastate is 33%, and there's another 14% from interstate. Could you explain why all the tenders are not local?
Certainly can, Mr Mayor. The following report, which is the Chief Financial Officer's report, has some more detail around procurement on it, so I can either respond to that question now or in the next report, either or.
Well, seeing that we're talking about it, would you mind responding now? Thank you, Mr CEO.
Sure. So the aggregate of the local spend across this local government area and the immediate surrounds in central Queensland is 53%, and then adding those to the balance across Queensland is 86%. The others further afield will be larger contractors or consultants that we deal with whose headquarters are based somewhere outside of Queensland. I can think of a couple of firms that we deal with that, whilst they would have Queensland presence, their headquarters would be based interstate. So that accounts for that 14% remainder.
Has this got to do with manpower or equipment or just a specific product that only these other companies can supply?
It's a mix of all of those things, Mr Chairman. So there are larger contractors with specialised expertise. So we've got some of those working on water and sewerage projects at the moment. In recent times, we've had installations of solar panels and the like, where we engage specific expertise in order to do that. Include things like, so Ergon Energy is based in Brisbane or in Townsville. I don't know exactly where their bills come from, but we pay a very large energy bill. We pay very large fuel bills to people who are not based locally.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor, on page 47, asset management. Thank you, Mr CEO. Can you just explain that first dot point, please? The 8,500 we've saved, annual subscription. What is that all about? The cloud-based data collection.
Mr Chairman, so we use software to collate and manage the vast array of assets that we have. We've decommissioned a piece of software that we were using, and that subscription was $8,500 that we're not spending anymore.
So why aren't we using it anymore?
We'd be using an alternative system now,
Different company, different package?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well that's good. Good, the saving's good. We can always spend that, can't we? The public liability on page 49, under claims. We've gone from 30 public liability claims in 22-23 down to 23 the following year. Are they all completed? Do we know if they're all completed, or are they still in determination?
Mr Mayor, they'll range from very small claims to ones that might involve court proceedings and the like. And in fact, later in your agenda, we will talk about those larger scale claims and give councillors a bit of an update on those.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. A previous question on procurement. Teams meet fortnightly to discuss relevant updates. When we go out to tender, this is just a general question, when we go out to tender, obviously, how long does it take before those discussions take place on the closure of those tenders? Like, I guess when they close, they sort of discuss it fairly quickly? Because I know there seemed to be a very long time. I'm just waiting on one off a road, a dirt road, and it seemed to be weeks. So I'm just wondering, is there a time that they need to be assessed by once they've closed off?
Mr Mayor, the response varies, obviously, given dependent on the scale and the complexity of the procurement that's being involved. So I referred before to, say, the solar panel installation project. That would be far more involved tender assessment than
A dirt road?
if we or dirt road, or if we were purchasing bulk fuel and the like. We're very easily comparing apples and apples, so it's difficult to give a response. Naturally, we try and turn these things around as quickly as we can. Most firms have keep their tender price fixed for a period no greater than 90 days. So the onus is on us to get these things processed quickly and to secure the prices that are tendered.
So there's no sort of undue delay through lack of staff or something like that? No delay in making those decisions? Because I just say, the prices are good for, say, 30, 60 days, whatever, because things change all the time. But I just would like to think we're missing out on something that might be good for us.
I would agree with you, Councillor Mather.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mr CEO. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Watson?
Through the chair, Mr CEO, yesterday when I was at the pre-polling, I had a person standing nearby who'd been on hold with our customer service team for more than 20 minutes. And I went inside, because I noticed in the report we've got an average of about 5 minutes per call. And I went inside and had a chat to the girls who are on thing, because I thought maybe they didn't have anyone there or something. And they said on Mondays and Tuesdays that they just can't keep up with the calls. And I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of increasing the amount of people on the phones on a Monday and a Tuesday. Just because the girls did say that quite often they're 6 deep in calls waiting, and they can be waiting up to 20 minutes at a time on Mondays and Tuesdays. It's just something that just came up, that's all.
Mr Chairman, I don't know the specifics of the Monday-Tuesday question, but we'll happily ask and get a response for councillors. If there's something to be done, we'll naturally do it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, we're receiving this report. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report at all?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, we're happy to go to the vote, councillors. Okay, mover and seconder, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Up to 11.3, which is resourcing additional trainee positions. Welcome to the table, Christy.
Good morning. This report is looking at resourcing for additional trainee positions. For some time, Council has successfully employed numerous apprentices and trainees across various disciplines within Council, including business administration, library, public environments, horticulture warehouse, civil construction, as well as our diesel fitting and diesel mechanic fitting. So pleasingly, since 2019, we've had 24 apprentices and trainees who have successfully completed an apprenticeship or traineeship with us here at Council. where 70% of those have actually retained employment with council in some capacity, which is a great achievement. So this is a real testament to the success of the training program, but also our commitment as council in terms of developing our people and providing career pathway opportunities for people within the community as well. As one of the largest employers in the Shire, council does need to continue to be proactive within this particular space and developing those skills and affording those opportunities. So at council, we have a number of permanent apprentice and trainee positions currently. However, with council's ageing workforce, as well as together with difficulty at times in being able to recruit certain types of roles, there has been a need that's been identified where 3 of these temporary trainee positions that we currently have, such as a civil construction, treatment plant operator, as well as horticulture, would be to become permanent. So converting these temporary positions to permanent will enable us to continue to develop those suitably skilled employees into the future, but also to able to adequately service the water and sewer network, as well as the construction and maintenance of our roads, our parks and our open spaces as well. So as we have done for a number of successive years now, we do have budget allocation for these positions. So accommodating these 3 positions would therefore be cost neutral in terms of the budget. The other thing that I did want to mention is that whilst it's not guaranteed, there is funding that is continually available in regards to supporting apprentices and trainees. So that's something that council would continue to be looking at ways of offsetting any of those budget costs. So therefore, in terms of this report, it's recommended that council increases its FTE cap by adopting the additional 3 permanent trainee positions within council. Are there any questions to the report?
I move, Mr Mayor.
That was quick.
Process.
So we've got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All right. Councillor question. Watson, question?
Oh, me. Through the chair. So are these people trainees now and you want to make them full-time, or are you looking for new trainees?
So basically these would be positions, Councillor Watson. So we currently have these as temporary trainee positions, but obviously because of an apprentice and a trainee, they are temporary in nature, the person who's going into those. So once they actually successfully complete that traineeship, they would move on. But it's about making that position permanent within our establishment so we can continue to upskill and develop people into these opportunities within council.
Is a traineeship for a year?
It depends upon the actual traineeship type, Councillor Watson. So we have a range of traineeships for 1 year or up to 2 years. Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Recently, we did a tour of the sewage treatment plant through disaster management. And speaking to the staff there, I found that they were keen to get apprentices in that field. But I said, well, I hadn't heard of anybody applying. We really need to put the feelers out there. When I go read the report, there's a trainee already identified. So I thought that was really good, but I think that's something we could promote because they don't always stay there. It's not probably the most perfect job in the world, but it's a stepping stone, but a learning curve for their future employment. So I thought that was really good, but we really need to promote that as well. There was something else, Mr Mayor, which I've probably forgotten about already. I'll come back to that, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Yeah.
Would this, Christy, would this be under organisational performance, do you think, or?
Yes, it would be, Councillor Bellew.
Excellent, great, thank you.
All right. Councillor Mather.
It's all right, it was just a question, Mr Mayor, but I can talk to Christy separately.
Okay.
It's okay.
Take that one offline.
Yeah.
Got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, everyone.
Christy.
I've lost the page, that's the problem.
11.4 is the financial report for the period ending 29th of Feb 2024. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. It's only once every 4 years I get to present a report for February ending 29th of February, so it's pretty exciting.
So the results for the year-to-date for February reported against the revised budget 1. So the results are showing quite a strong operating surplus, but that's due to the half-year rates levy that was issued in February. This is the largest lump of revenue that council will receive until about August, September, with the next lot of rates and charges will be levied. So this will be consumed by operating expenses and capital expenditure over the remainder of the financial year. So overall, operating revenue and expenditure are both within our year-to-date budget expectations. Interest earnings continue to exceed budget forecast expectations, and that's really consistent with what I've reported most of the months this financial year. Materials and services are noted to be below budget. However, this doesn't include about $13.2 million in purchase order committal. So that's for goods and services that we are likely to receive between now and 30th of June. Total cash has increased as expected with the payment of rates and charges by ratepayers. Sorry, I just lost my spot. Receivables, and conversely, receivables has decreased as rates and charges are paid. It's worthy to note that currently outstanding rates are at $4.3 million, with 416 out of 18,460 rateable assessments under management. In regards to our purchasing, 30% of our spend year to date, so that's across operating and capital, is within businesses located within the Shire boundaries, and that's been higher than what it has been in previous months. Our total borrowings are sitting at $51.9 million in line with budget expectations. So we do accrue interest on a monthly basis but make repayments quarterly. So the next repayment will be happening this week actually in regards to our borrowings. Also wanted to draw to Council's attention that the borrowing application as approved under the budget and the debt policy has been submitted to the department and is currently with them for consideration. Just wanted to flag in regards to capital that infrastructure charges continue to trend below budget with only $1.8 million received year to date. It's not so much of an issue in the short term, but if we continue to receive lower than expected infrastructure charges, it will have future financing issues for future capital investment in trunk infrastructure. So it's just an issue that we just need to be mindful of at the moment. Capital grants and subsidies are released on a proportionate basis to the percentage of work completed. In regards to the capital budget overall, it does sort of indicate that only 36.5% of the capital budget has been spent, but it does include a little anomaly in regards to Rookwood Weir, which is a $7.5 million capital project. So if we exclude that and include the committals, we've got about 84% of our capital budget that we've planned or have purchase orders or have expended at the moment. I'm happy to take any questions that councillors may have.
Thank you. Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Oh, yeah, I thought you had a question. Okay. Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. In past meetings, I've had quite a lot of questions in relation to the monthly financials, but I only have one today. And that question is, on page 90, where are we up to with Werribee and Doonside bridges? If nothing more, I am consistent. Thank you.
And I believe that the work will commence in May, as previously reported.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions from me, Madam CFO, in relation to the capital works program under construction and maintenance. I noticed that the capital control rural reseal program is only 2% spent. That's the control program though. Can you just explain what that is for me, please?
Yep, so rather than listing each individual road, it's the program budget, but I believe that has been completed. Yeah, it's pretty much been done at the moment. So it just at the time of reporting, the financials hadn't flowed through, so more than likely had a purchase order.
Right.
The vendor or the contractor's completed the work, we've completed the work, and we'll be seeing that change remarkably in the March report, I would suspect.
Thank you. And dropping down to community wellbeing, the Lagoon, Pebblecrete and Softfall rectification. Can I just get an update on where that's at? That's probably more a question for the General Manager Infrastructure than you, Madam CFO. So
Yeah.
have those works been completed? Or is it the General Manager Community? So, yeah, all right, beg your pardon. All right. Thank you. I'll take that on notice. And lastly, I think, page 94. No, different one, sorry, I'm done. Any other questions, councillors?
No, Mr Mayor, but you mentioned about 2% of the reseals are registered, which Andrea has sorted
Yes.
out. But we do have $450,000 proposed for surface gravel, additional gravel on some of the roads.
Yeah, I think
That won't take us long knowing the state of the roads.
if I can make a suggestion to whoever's sitting in this chamber for the next budget, we might need to look at some greater level of expenditure on gravel for rural roads.
Well, I think, because it's a $6 million,
You need microphone, councillor.
it's a $6 million budget, roads, that is, overall. Yes, it's our greatest, one of the greatest assets between water and sewage. So I think we just need to make sure that they're all topped up, and it has been taking a second place for quite some time. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Okay, any other questions of the good CFO? Mr Councillor Bello, sorry?
Yeah, just to Madam CFO, just curious, with the reduction in the infrastructure charges there, what's behind that, and I guess what story does that start to tell us, or trying to tell us, I guess, in terms of what's changing out there that's contributing to that?
So I think we had a large amount that were submitted in the previous financial year prior to the increase in the infrastructure charges. So that would have seen, so prior you would have been slightly higher because of that, get the applications in before your prices go up. But I think conversely this year, and Sonia can correct me if I'm wrong, but there might be a lower level of development applications getting to that stage where infrastructure charges are being paid. So that development might be slowing down.
And that's residential type. Is that sort of the categorisation of that? It's primarily residential development that would come through the infrastructure charge, or is it the developer actually infrastructure charges for the development of the subdivisions?
So it would be for a broad range of development applications, so not just limited to residential applications.
Interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Malor, question?
Yes, just one question, if Andrea may. Page 87. It's the last little sentence on that page. It talks about our debt position. The Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government, etc., has approved a working capital facility of $10 million on a permanent basis, subject to an annual review of the Queensland Treasury Court. In consultation with the department, Council has not accessed the available funds in the working capital. Andrea, what does that mean?
So a working capital facility is like an overdraft facility, but on a...
We've got it there if we want.
Yeah. So we, a couple of years ago, where we were looking at other options rather than having permanent borrowings of how we'd be able to fund our activities. So this was a risk mitigation strategy to have a working capital facility set in place. So every single council that has borrowings is required to submit their budget information in about August each year to the department, and that's the annual review that they do. Council can choose to relinquish that facility. We've had it for a couple of years now. We haven't needed it, but it is probably a good strategy to have up our sleeve,
So
just
in
in
other words,
case.
the bank says you've got $10 million to spend if you need it.
Yes, but you do have to repay it.
Well,
Within a 12-month period. Yeah. So it's just a short-term financing option rather than taking on long-term debt.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, I'm happy to move, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bello, thank you. All right. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, so we have the internal audit plan, which is item number 11.5, I beg your pardon, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Audit Committee have reviewed our internal audit plan, the 3-year audit plan, and we have submitted that to the report. So each year the Audit Committee will review that in consultation with our internal audit provider and officers after considering all of the risks. So Catherine did exceptional work on reviewing our corporate strategic risks, so that has been fed into this review as well. So we've identified that there are 3 areas of interest for the internal audit plan for 24-25,
and that is around our water management practices, particularly around the SCADA security implementation. Payroll processes, systems and practices, and this is really important with the post-implementation validation. So even though we're using the same payroll software, we have gone into a cloud-based environment which has required some changes in our business processes and controls. So it will be a validation that all of those things are still in place, as well as fleet management practices, and this will really focus on fleet utilisation across the business and how we track, record and use our various components of fleet.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? No? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move councillor Swadling, seconded councillor Mather. You want to speak to the report, councillor Swadling?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. Happy to go to the vote, councillors?
Yes.
Okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. 11.6 is the Go-kart Club request to waive application fees. Welcome back to the table, Molly.
Move,
Thank
Mr
you,
Mayor.
That'll be quicker. We'll go to mover and seconder first then. We've got a mover and councillor Friend, seconded councillor Eastwood, thank you. So, the motion is live. Over to you, Molly, thank you.
Well, I'm happy to answer any questions about this report. As all of you know, that the Cap Coast Kart Club has been working for a number of years. Council approved a resolved to issue them a due diligence lease while they underwent those investigations. This proposal, the recommendation to waive the anticipated fees will assist them with their major grant applications and also provide some more certainty not only for the club but for all of their applications, that council is fully in support of their vision for that site. So that's the intention. We don't know what the applications will exactly look like as yet. However, the intention is to show the club that we're in favour of waiving those fees to assist them with their development.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. Just for the members' benefit, Molly, the preliminary approval is yet to come back to the table. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, we're assisting them by bringing this to the table for fee waivering. How much is the fee? Do we know?
So the preliminary approval isn't required to come to the table.
Right.
So that's been prepared for the club because it doesn't have the level of scrutiny required for an approval. The prelim approval can be given to the club to start that journey. So that's been accommodated through operational costs. They haven't been charged for that piece of work. This is anticipating the next lot of applications. So we're confident that the club has everything they need right at this moment to apply for some of those big grants to develop that site. And obviously the community development team will work alongside them to achieve those grants.
Thank you.
Just under 3,000, please. Just under 3,000.
Molly, just a quick question. I noticed in the commentary there you have outlined for us, thank you, the base fee, the impact assessment fee and the cost per floor area at $219 per 100 square metres. Do we really have an idea in total as to how much the quantum is that we're going to be actually waiving?
No, we don't as yet,
Not yet
Mayor.
until we get that development application.
That's right. So part of the grant, the initial grant application will be around the detailed design phase.
Okay.
And then all of us, including the club, will have a really good idea of what that might look like in the future.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councillor Malor.
Yeah, question if I can, Molly. And it sort of follows on, I guess, and it's encouraging to see this here, but it follows on from previously when I asked council to review the development application process for not-for-profit community type groups, which these guys are a classic example. And that review took place. I'm not exactly sure what changes came from that, but certainly for me, what I learned through that was the biggest thing we can do as a council to support these guys, apart from these financial sort of in-house supports, is actually the land use. We have the ability as a council Because in our town plan, we don't have any areas allocated and designated for future not-for-profit recreational spaces. So whenever they come to us wanting to create those amazing not-for-profit clubs, whether it be a BMX club or a go-kart club or the Turtle, whatever, they have to do an MCU. But the positive thing is we have the ability to change that by actually putting it into your town plan. If in the situation you find that you haven't had the foresight to do that, what you can do when these guys actually apply, you could effectively say, we agree in principle with the land zoning of that land being consistent with recreational purposes for a go-kart club. If you actually do that as a council, you then can write to the state, the entity that's in charge of that, and say, this council supports the change of use for that land on behalf of the Yeppoon Go-Kart Club. And then you're approving the land use. Then their application virtually, just like a developer comes along, where I think it was Melissa Warwick for Farmer Road said, would recommend councillors give a preliminary approval subject to other issues being dealt with along the track. But that preliminary approval is the biggest thing that you can give them. So what I would like to know now, is there anything stopping us from extending this recommendation to not only include reducing $2,000, but actually approving that this council, who's been prepared to give a 3-year lease over that land, unless you believe that you're not going to vote for that thing to eventually become approved as a go-kart club, right? Because I'm happy for it to be a go-kart club from day one. If you believe that, let's vote to approve a preliminary approval over that site because it's suitable for that purpose, and then all the other things will continue to be captured through the application, but the land use is what we most importantly need to approve. Is there a way that we can do that, and what does that require?
Well, I'm very happy to say that that's exactly what's occurred in this case. And you mentioned the review, and as a result of that review, to alleviate or to avoid the risk of the assessor also doing the work, the preliminary approval is the best way that we can, and we've outlined, as you've said in that preliminary approval, all of the approved land uses without formally assessing it as council, because we can't yet. That's the best way that we can show that support, and they've been issued an official preliminary approval that lists all the things that can occur, including the use that they're looking to achieve. So this has been a result as part of that review. What can we do without that conflict that gives all of that surety that you're talking about? So that's what the Go-Kart Club has received, and because we now have this method moving forward, we can apply that to other groups with those same type of requests.
But it still requires, if I may, Mr. Chair, it still requires them to go through the MCU to justify the changing of the land use to the council to vote on.
There's a process through the chair. Sorry, there's a whole process involved in actually if council decides they want to rezone that land to community use or any other type of land, if it's freehold and we own it, then that's through the planning scheme amendment process. Neighbours have, everyone has to be notified. There's public submission. It's a long process, council, to change the actual use, but it doesn't yet be put, I guess, on we're looking at planning scheme amendments now, it could go on the list for potentially being reviewed as a land use change for that area. If that's what you're asking for, rezoning of the actual land?
Well, that's what the Go-Kart Club will be asking for.
Yeah, so that would have to go through the planning scheme amendment process.
What we've said in the preliminary approval is we're supportive of them going through that process. Rather than saying we're never going to approve that change, we don't think it's a good idea. So the indication from the table, as well as planning and all of that stuff, even though it's not in the planning scheme at this time, here's your preliminary approval, which allows you to continue to investigate, and you will have to do the MCU, but we've already shown you that we're going to be accepting of that MCU.
I don't think we actually...
Well, not accept, but
we're
Where
accepting
in principle, we've given the in principle support. Yeah, I know.
for them to go through an MCU process, which importantly, if we have the authority to assess at the time before you give the due diligence ownership over that or tenureship over that parcel of land, the biggest thing you could do to advance these community groups to be able to get from point A to point B, it's not just approving the due diligence period, it's actually as a council assessing, do we think that it's actually satisfactory for that use to be there? If in principle we support it, that's, at that time is where the preliminary approval can be given that we are comfortable with the use of that land being for that purpose. And now they just have to jump through the hoops to get there. Rather than we approve the due diligence, they jump through the heaps and then we're still going to vote yes or no.
I'm not sure of the what we can and can't do in that, but I'm happy to take that on notice. The preliminary approval that they've received, which I'm happy to pass on to all of you, has the details of the land use, and that council is supportive of the types of land use, and that it's within scope to use it for that land, for that purpose. So the preliminary approval is quite detailed with the different things that addresses, but I'm not sure about MCUs and whether we can make a call now on that, or I'm not sure, Mr. CEO.
Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Bellow's question is, can the council resolve today to provide that advice? I would think it unusual to do that in advance of an application for which you're being asked to waive the fees today, but to put on the record a signal of support or in principle support, I guess if that is the will of the table, that's not out of the question without prejudicing the actual process.
I have a question.
Councillor Friend.
Sorry, after you, Councillor.
I guess just to help inform the answer better though, it's like with the outriggers there when they were identified Pilton Park, right? And then it was up to them to seek change of land tenure through the appropriate department. Council was also asked to provide whether they support that or not. Yeah? And clearly the council did support that. And the outriggers, to my understanding, wrote that application off. In many ways, council could have been the vehicle that drove that thing forward to the department and said, we support this land use changing. Because that's all the department wants to know ultimately, is does the council support this land use changing or not? Right? And we obviously have to consider all of the moving parts, i.e. neighbours, traffic counts, storm flow, you name it. It would be such a proactive move of a council and this council effectively, when you gave the due diligence lease, to also consider in your mind whether because you given that lease is one thing, but don't give them false hope, because you're going to vote against that, vote for that one way or the other in 3 years' time at the end of that due diligence period, which they're going to go through an exhaustive process and still not know whether their council supports or not. To me, that is back to front. It should be at the start, I guess what I'm saying. We're now granting these guys a reduction in fees, but the number one thing that is going to be the winner for them or not is, do we support the land use going to a go-kart track? Without that support, nothing else matters. So what I'm saying, if council has the authority to approve that land use change, I want to put my hand up and say I'm okay with that, because I think the council is able to represent the community group with confidence, knowing that it's what we want to see end up there anyway, and we're okay with that. That's what I'm asking, whether there's the ability not just to waive the $2,000, but approve the land use. Doesn't mean they then don't have to continue with their application, but they know that the council is going to vote to support that. Otherwise, I don't want to put them through that process and then 4 votes say, no, we're not going to approve it. Why would you do that to your community group? You've already said the land's suitable. Well, let's think of it much more in-depthly so that they're moving forward with confidence.
All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Friend. Got a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Molly. So, from what I understand, is any type of change to the planning scheme has to come through an amendment. So, any type of non-for-profit group who has tenure over council land still has to jump through those hoops for MCUs, etc., until any amendment is put through to the planning scheme and accepted. Is that correct? I've got a couple of questions here.
That's what I believe. I'm happy to be.
Through the chair,
Can-
yeah.
can
A
some-
change of zone is a plan scheme. So the change of land use that is allowed there.
So it's a planning scheme amendment. Okay. So also, as the lessor of the land and giving them the tenure, we're also the assessing. I was going to say assessing officer, assessing department. Yes, for any planning applications, and so therefore. The issue is that even including the outriggers, am I correct in saying that they have to put or go through a private planning consultant because we are the assessor? Is that correct?
Yes, in this case, the planning team, and they will, in the cases that they can, provide the preliminary approval because it's not assessing.
Yes.
Formally, it's looking at and providing guidance and information about what's possible, what could be possible. However, providing the formal approval would have to go through the normal application process.
And am I correct in saying by giving this preliminary approval, we are basically saying that, hey, we're so supportive of you. This preliminary approval will also assist you in obtaining grants.
Yes, so my advice has been that this preliminary approval gives the highest indication of our support as a council prior to assessing formally.
Right, and our council officers assisting this particular club in looking at different grants.
Yes.
Okay, so we're doing that, and we've got the preliminary. So in those grants, say for example, and I'm just plucking it out of the air, an MCU may cost $50,000, including infrastructure, etc. That could actually be included within any grant they apply for.
Yes.
And that's the whole point of the whole, as it stands at the moment, it cannot change no matter what a council resolution was until the planning scheme changed. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so I'm getting nods all round.
And some grants are very different, as you know, but generally costs can be covered, and that could include something like an MCU. Some grants don't allow that, others do.
Sure.
But yes, it's a possibility for sure.
Sure. Mr Mayor, I reserve my right to speak at the end.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. We happy to close debate on this one. We'll go to the councillor friend.
I wouldn't mind having a couple of words, Mr Mayor.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, look, I get really excited about this sort of thing when we start to look after our local clubs, and I actually hope that this becomes a precedent even for the future. It's really important, and I do take on what Councillor Bello was saying, because it is really important that our clubs do know what the future is going to hold in relation to their applications before they get indebted into the process. And I'm really happy that at least we've taken the first step. Our clubs, and being the sporting portfolio minister or person, are very, very important to this community. In fact, they mean everything to this community, and they actually, without our clubs and without our non-for-profits, we wouldn't have community. So it's really important, and this is a good step forward to make sure we look after them. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to councillor friend to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. The Go-kart Club felt that they were between a rock and a hard place. They are a non-for-profit sporting club with no facilities at this time, and only receive a small income from 19 members, including Mr. John Martin. Now, Mr. Martin was a founding member of this particular club, and he is a professional racing driver, and he has a wide experience racing in Europe, and also in international series driving such as Formula Ford, Formula 3, A1 Grand Prix, and Formula Renault 3.5, Australian GT Challenge, TCR Australia Touring Series, and the list goes on. My point with that is that this particular club can actually visualise holding international competitions when not in use international competitions here on the coast. Now, Rockhampton have Rocky Nats, and this has been very successful. So to have something on the coast, on the Capricorn coast, that can bring in international tourists for this purpose is amazing. I'd like to also say that their small fee that I started off with before I sidetracked myself covers their licences for karting. And along with myself, council officers met with 3 committee members to plan a way forward. And it was in this particular meeting, it was thought to undertake a preliminary approval application to show council's goodwill and support for this club in order to assist them in grant applications. And as I've previously asked in these questions, these grants could include the approximate fee of $50,000 to develop this particular space. Council would have tenured this land to go to the Go-kart Club, Capricorn Kart Club, and are also, as I've said, the evaluating assessor. So the club must obtain the services of an independent town planner to assist them. We do wish to assist them in any way, so waiving the fees for this preliminary approval is just the beginning. And as we've heard, officers are currently helping them with grant applications and trying to move this forward. It has been stagnant for too long. When this particular area is not in use, this club can visualise that it could be used for SES platform base in the event of natural disasters, youth development and training facilities, motorbike licensing training facilities, driver training facilities for youths, remote control race car events, drone licensing, and also hire out the venue for events as well. So they have a great vision, and I believe that they're going to be absolutely a wonderful asset to us on the Capricorn coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Closed debate. Got a move of Councillor Friend, second of Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.7. Thank you, Molly.
I've just sent through all of the information about the preliminary approval so that you can read.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it says the BMX club in there. Is that to be able to do motocross club? You might find us.
Next door.
That's the motocross club, not the BMX club.
It's both. No motocross.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they get us share facilities or something with the building?
All right, 11.7 is the policy review of the privacy policy. Welcome to the table, Paula.
Okay, so the policy privacy has been reviewed. Council's privacy policy just outlines our obligations in line with the Information Privacy Act. There's been some minor amendments to the policy. I guess the main insertion has been the information privacy principles. We just added those for more transparency for the community and the public. Were there any questions in relation to any of the amendments made to the policy?
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although councillors are bound by this particular privacy policy, Paula, I note that the elected members themselves are not specifically mentioned in it.
Okay.
Unless I missed it, and I'll...
It does state the privacy policy is applicable to all councillors, employees, contractors and volunteers of Livingstone Shire Council.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Moving, Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Bello, is that right? Or a question, Councillor Bello?
Yeah, no, happy to
Second?
second, Mr. Chair.
Have a
Actually,
question,
Mr. Chair, no, I'm not fully conversant with the what changes have been made. That's probably be my question.
All
Okay.
That's
Okay.
tracking on that.
That's okay. So there is a track change version in there. So the purpose has just been slightly reworded. We've added a few more references in there in relation to some related documents. The definitions, we've added in and updated some of those definitions. The policy statement has just been slightly reworded. We've added in we've elaborated on what personal information includes. And the main thing was adding in the attachment one right at the end, which is the 11 privacy principles that we're bound by. So there's been no change, obviously, to the intent of the document because it is legislated. We're just trying to be more transparent.
Right. Thank you. Happy to see that, Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you. All right. Councillor Swallow, did you want to speak to the report?
No, that's me.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? Happy to go to the vote on this one? All right, moved Councillor Swaddling, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Paul. Okay, up to 11.8 councillors, and as I declared at the beginning of the meeting, I have a prescribed conflict of interest in this matter as I'm a member of the board of the Capricorn Helicopter Rescue Service, and I will be vacating the room while this matter is being discussed. So, Mr Deputy, it's over to you. Thank you.
Happy to
Just a question, Mr.
take over
Mayor.
that. Before I go to question, oh, sorry, Councillor May, did you?
I don't know whether, it's up to the mayor. I don't know whether there's a requirement to leave the room in relation to being a member of the board. Is it a paying job?
Well, I'm choosing to do that, councillor, for
Oh, that's
transparency.
fine.
Yep.
I just didn't want a disadvantage.
Well, for prescribed conflict of interest, there is a requirement for me to leave the room,
Yes,
and I believe this is a prescribed conflict of interest
Yes.
because I am a member of the board of directors. Yeah.
yes, all right. Then. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chair. Councillor, we have that resolution before us. Councillor Watson, would you like to move this one?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Excellent. I just thought I'd give you a chance to get in before the rest of them dived in. And Councillor Swallow, would you like to second it? I would like to. Excellent. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the motion?
It's actually more of a suggestion I'd like to add to it.
Sure.
Is that when I worked at the Morning Bulletin, all the staff of the paper donated $2 from every wage, every week of their wage, and I'm just wondering if it's possible for us as council to add to this 20,000 and do that. Is there something we can write up and put an agreement, put out to all the staff asking if they'd be interested in donating every pay?
Already happens, Councillor Watson. So,
It does.
So staff have an option to do that out of their pay.
Have we pushed it lately?
I don't know about lately, but I can certainly put that in the e-bulletin again for staff.
Well, if I get back in, please add mine to it.
So that, yes, that is currently an option for staff to do that just the way they can with their rates, payments, electricity, but you can choose to do that also.
Okay, I just know that when I was there, because of the work I used to do on the road in those days, I was very happy to have a chopper there as a backup if I needed to be taken back to hospital. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Is that you speaking to the motion, Councillor Watson? You've spoken in support of that. Anyone want to speak against?
I think we should just have a 6-month review like we do with our register of interest. 6-month review, do you want to donate? Make sure everybody's covered, members as well.
Thank you, Councillor May.
Yes,
I
yes.
believe Councillor Swaddling seconded the motion. Want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't explain how wonderful this service is, particularly I see it a lot, particularly now in northern roads in my capacity within the state emergency services, particularly around road crash rescue, and had the unfortunate privilege to be up there on a number of occasions when the CQ chopper has arrived on scene. I tell you, it's a godsend when that thing's coming over the hill, when you've got critically injured patients, and particularly members of our community that need this assistance. It's a great organisation. It's a wonderful thing that we've got out there. It's a nice little insurance policy, and it's a shame that the state government doesn't pay more than they should. They should be paying for all but 90% of the service, because it gets used not just only for rescue but also for state issues as well. But certainly is a wonderful organisation, and I certainly commend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swaddling. Any other councillors want to speak to the motion? Councillor Eastwood.
I really just want to endorse what the other councillors have said. Being an ex-police officer, and I've had, even though it wasn't the RACQ rescue helicopter, it was a different one in Tassie. It was very, very important to our work, and I've actually again witnessed the saving of lives and even the finding of vessels, etc. So great. I know people that actually work for this service personally as friends, and they do a fantastic job. And I wish we could give more.
Excellent, thank you, councillors. That concludes the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. If we could bring the Mayor back in, that would be great. And he will preside over the next item of business, which I might use to go.
Okay, 11.9 is a response to the notice of motion in relation to Marlborough accommodation. Who's delivering this one, Mr. CEO?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to sort of fumble my way through. I think Sharon is here if there's some specifics. She was speaking with the officer in charge as recently as yesterday,
Right.
I believe, and there certainly does appear to be an opportunity to reach agreement with the Queensland Police Service that might see them assume sort of principal management responsibility for the place, which makes sense given that they'll be the ones using it in any of the scenarios that are contemplated by the council. And I think we can all picture that if we're trying to manage this thing remotely from not in Marlborough, it'll be the night that it's necessary that they're trying to find someone with a key or whatever else. So if the police are in the driver's seat, that makes the most sense. And it would appear from discussions yesterday that the superintendent is receptive to that. So if council's happy to receive the report, and we'll proceed that way.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to move the report, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Second, Councillor Eastwood.
Can I just follow on from the CEO? The superintendent might be welcoming of that responsibility, but I have to come down and advocate for the officer on the site simply because he's a one-man station at the moment and we don't want him to burn out. He's trying to be all things to all people, and this is, although this is important, and I guess I triggered it, but at the same time we've got to be very mindful that he has primary responsibilities, and this is an adjunct to that. I would like to have the opportunity to, if I'm here next week, to explore a committee thought with the people in the town that they might be able to assist in some way, because we know that there will be occasions when these little rooms will be so valuable, but at the same time we're not going to push it onto the officer in charge there or the AMO, because these fellows work hand in hand, and when they have to go, they've got to go right now. And if there's something else going on, someone needs to be stepping in and taking that responsibility. And I'd have to say that the previous officer in charge burnt out. And we don't...
Well, Councillor Mather, you're aware there's going to be 2 police officers now in Marlborough.
Yeah, but they haven't got a house yet. They've got to have a budget, they've got to have a house, and then... Yeah, those things have got to take time, and it won't happen before Christmas, I'm sure. It'd be lovely if it did, but when that does happen, then those things can come together and there can be something a little bit more certain. But I think in the meantime, if we've got the plan in our head how it could work, And I've already spoken to a couple of people up there and they say, yeah, we can step in and do whatever it is, simple little things to accommodate and assist to back up the officer that's there. They're willing to do it, but they, mental and physical capacity, we would be stepping outside if we were to impose that on them at this point in time. But I think we can have the plan there and just work towards it and get the little committee together and see what they can come up with as far as ideas go initially.
All right, thank you for your comment. Councillor Swallow.
Yeah, further on this matter, I mean, it's a no-brainer with this one, particularly around receiving this report. I think it's great. Thank you for the work that's been done. I've been up there a number of times in my capacity within State Emergency Service, and particularly this is discussed on a number of occasions prior to the good councillor bringing it to the table. The positives around this is huge for the community, and particularly for not only just Queensland Police Service, Ambulance Service, but also the State Emergency Services in relation to training as well, and the availability of that facility when and if things happen up there. In the event of, particularly in one instance where we had the road cut and we've had to bring people from Epern up to stay over their fatigue limit, we could have had them in the housing there for overnight so they could have slept. So this thing is going to be a great thing. It's certainly something that all the agencies have spoke with me in depth about, all jumping in on board and assisting. But you're right, we need to get some ground rules down around how that is going to be maintained as we move forward. But certainly it's a great idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing that evolve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Right,
Mayor,
Councillor Friend.
I have a question. So in the whole report, which was very clear and easy to understand, today we are just voting to receive the report, but I didn't see any conclusions in the report to move forward, any timelines, etc. And seeing that the manager of facilities is in the room, I'm just wondering, Councillor Mather mentioned a committee made up of community members. Was there any discussions with between herself and police in Marlborough in relation to moving it that way?
All right, perhaps Sharon might join us. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome to the table.
So the communication I've had with the Queensland Police Officer at Marlborough at the moment, he's been engaging with members of the community, and there are some offers of assistance with perhaps the Lions, with the SES, and that. So at the moment it's initial stages. So he's asked that we prepare a document that we can review early in April, and it'll sort of grow from there. Just looking at, in the first instance, what do we need, what does he need, and just bring it together. But certainly something that will, yeah, we haven't set a time frame for that. There is a bit that he'll have to go through as well with his inspector, and it's just about, but it's positive conversations with him at the moment.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? We're just receiving the report as of today. Happy to close debate. All right, go to the vote. I'm going to move the Councillor Mather, second Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're up to item 12, which is the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee reports. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Seconder? Yes. Yep. Councillor Watson. Thank you. All right. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO again.
So councillors, first I just want to apologise for the slight administrative oversight in that whilst the minutes have all been endorsed by the Audit Committee and made available to all councillors through the councillor portal, we hadn't yet tabled them to council for formal approval as we would normally do. So I'll just talk about some headlines for each of those meetings. So the 1st of September flying minute was just to present the set of unaudited financial statements, so we were required to do that under legislation presented to the Audit Committee. Then later we had a virtual meeting on the 18th of September. There were 2 QAO performance audits. One of particular interest to the councils that you have been briefed on is around the results from the 22 financial statements for the local government sector. And Livingstone, overall, council be aware that we've got a lower sustainability risk, so that's an improvement from previous years. We also presented the findings from the internal audit review on our management of external grant funding, and the team have a number of actions to complete on that one. One of our external members, Mel Jacobs, was also offered and had accepted a 1-year extension to her tenure. Then again, in the next month, on the 20th of October, we had to present a flying minute for the final version of our financial statements, and these were later adopted by Council through the adoption of the annual report. 4th of December, it was a pretty routine meeting that was later accompanied by a presentation by the Audit Committee at a briefing session on the 5th of December. A really interesting topic was discussed around the use of ChatGPT and the importance of Council to consider establishing governance around these types of AI tools. That was a really interesting discussion the Audit Committee had. And then most recently on the 12th of February, again, another fairly routine yet light agenda. This was then followed by the strategic planning workshop of the Audit Committee. In regards to the strategic planning workshop, the agenda or structure included some administrative tasks for the committee, such as looking at meeting dates and the work programs and those sorts of things. They did reset the internal audit plan, which was considered by Council in today's agenda. And we also received, how would I describe it, a very insightful yet alarming agency update from our internal audit provider on the findings from multiple agencies around fraud and corruption, and the role that internal audit and the importance the audit committees also themselves play in providing additional layers of assurance for organisations in trying to address these issues.
Thank you. Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you, I do, Mr Mayor, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Andrea. It's interesting that the committee spoke about ChatGPT. What were some of their observations, their findings? I mean, what would stop any type of person within a council environment undertaking their reports and information through ChatGPT?
Yep, so I do know that our Chief Information Officer will be doing a piece of work for Council in this space, but the concern was really about that if employees or officers are using that as a tool, that information is in the system then. So we just need to be careful and very mindful of what information we are putting into those AI tools.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report at all?
Oh, just briefly, Mr Mayor, the professionals that are on this organisation do a fantastic job, and it's even though sometimes they're not the most exciting meetings, unless you're into figures and all that sort of stuff, which I'm becoming more and more adept to. Look, they're really, really important. Good governance is just so important for this council, and making sure that everything's in line and checked over and double checked over is equally as important. So thanks, and thanks to to Ms Ellis too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else wish to speak before we close? Councillor Watson, any comments?
I'll just say quickly, I don't know what Councillor Eastwood's saying. I enjoyed the meeting. It was quite enjoyable. I particularly enjoyed the risk side of things.
Okay. All right. So we're happy to wrap up debate, councillors, and vote on this one? Okay, so we're receiving all of those minutes. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Now, Councillor Watson, you asked for an item of urgent business. Councillor, Lucy's got it on the screen, I think. Yeah.
Can I just give you a moment to speak?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Glenn Adamus and I are working on a celebration of the Emu Park Jetty. It's 100 years old this year in October 25, which happens to be my parents' wedding anniversary. And we're going to do, we've been talking with our events team here at Council, and the idea is to take the town back 100 years and recreate the opening. And I've already got people ready to be dressed in period costume. I've got Model A Fords, or T Fords I think they are, and Buicks and that. And we wanted to get the agenda from, what's her name? Michelle Landry, our federal member of the day. And the plan was to have a Prime Minister there to do it, which we were going to get an actor. But after speaking to the Mayor on the weekend, he said, why don't you ask for the real one? So I'd like Council, I'd like your backing for us to write a letter to the Prime Minister asking if he'd attend, because it'd make a really good day if we could.
Okay.
So if well, no, it was the mayor's idea. I mean, I was just going to grab anyone off the street and
Thank
put
you.
him in as pro, and you know, but
Thank you for
but
throwing
the
me under
mayor's
the bus, Councillor
idea.
Watson,
But I
yeah.
thought it was a particularly good idea to ask for the Prime Minister, because then that really puts us on the map. Thank you.
I'll second, Mr Mayor.
All right, so we're going to move it Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. Okay. Any discussion around this one, councillors? Happy to support and go to the vote? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Watson.
Mr Mayor, through you, before we go to confidential, I'm not sure whether you're going to be calling lunch before the confidential reports.
I thought we might get a couple out of the way because it's probably a bit early for lunch yet anyway.
Certainly. Well, I'd like to move a procedural motion that item 15.1, allegations against the CEO, Flinders Park matter, be considered in open meeting. And second point, the accompanying report be deemed not confidential and be published with the agenda papers on Council's website.
Okay. Mr CEO, can I get a comment? I mean, is anything precluding that from happening?
No, Mr Chairman. As has been the practice, we take a fairly conservative approach to recommending the nomination of matters into a confidential session, and particularly in this case, in the event that Council Oars wanted to discuss matters relating to discipline of the CEO, if that's not a matter to be considered in confidential, and there's nothing else. The precursors to this particular item have all been considered in open sessions, so there's, other than that particular matter, there's not any reason for not doing so.
All right, thank you. Councillors, I could just call for some comments on this one before we vote on it.
Two things, Mr Mayor, I can think of. Number one, I don't know if it constitutes a procedural motion if you check the meeting procedures. The other one, all staff matters are dealt with, or disciplinary matters or otherwise, are dealt with in committee anyway.
Generally speaking, that's correct, Mr
Yeah,
CEO,
yes,
is it not?
yes. Whether it's good or bad or indifferent.
Generally speaking, Mr Mayor, don't do a lot of them, to be honest.
I have a question.
Yep, question, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. My question is, if this does not constitute a procedural motion, then we can either choose to go into confidential, full stop, or out of confidential. However, there are two extra items within confidential that by their nature alone should remain in confidential. So do we just, so therefore, to me, it is a procedural motion to bring one item out of confidential.
Are they related?
It's certainly not a procedural motion I've seen previously, but
No,
Mr
it's not.
CEO, I'm going to go to you on this one as well.
They prescribe what they are.
Mr Chairman, probably just the distinction between a procedural motion which doesn't require a seconder, so under the standing orders it's not a specific procedural motion that's contemplated, although if you drew a parallel with moving to the next item of business or putting a matter to the vote, you would draw a parallel with this. But if there is hesitation that it's not a procedural motion, then simply seeking a seconder and making it a motion of the council would overcome any hesitation people have.
All right,
Could
well, I'll
be a
move that, Mr
foreshadowed
Mayor.
motion, but it doesn't act as a prescribed.
Well, I
procedure.
think we're just probably the safest route on this one. If council is going to go down this path, hang on, Councillor Malor, I haven't finished yet. The safest route is to call for a mover and a seconder and vote on this one. So
Certainly. I'll move, Mr Mayor.
All right. Is there a seconder?
Not a seconder here, but a question, if I may, Mr Chair.
Sure.
Section 254J of the local government regulations talks about matters that would be suitable or logical to go into confidential, and I'm struggling to understand how, and if I talk about that, it is basically, however, a local government or a committee of a local government may make a resolution about a local government meeting under section 1 or 2, only if its councillors or members consider it necessary to close the meeting to discuss one or more of the following matters: the appointment, discipline or dismissal of the Chief Executive Officer. The matter before us relates to 3A, potentially the discipline of the CEO, because we're assessing an ethical matter I would strongly, I would almost want legal advice whether it was acceptable to discuss this matter in the open session, based on what that regulation outlines there. The CEO is an employee of the council, and potentially we'll be going into open session to debate whether we believe on the nuances of the matter, which could be rather sensitive, and I'd be very concerned about doing that in the open session. And I'm certainly one who does not like going into confidential too often if we don't have to. And many times I've challenged doing that, but this is one there that I'm not prepared to vote on until I've got probably legal advice whether it's an acceptable thing to do, based on what the regulation there provides some clarity around when you would go into confidential.
Well, notwithstanding your view, which I absolutely respect, Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend, I believe, has the right to ask the view of the table, so she can put that.
Wouldn't be deemed outside of our...
I don't think so.
Mr Chairman, section 254J makes it the council's responsibility, so it refers to may resolve. 254J part 1, a local government may resolve that all or part of a meeting is closed, and then it nominates or restricts the number of areas that may be closed. So it is at the council's discretion whether it closes the meeting or not. Councillor Bellows' points are valid to be considered by councillors, the appropriateness or otherwise of having the discussion. Officers took the view in recommending to the Mayor that the matter, that we not deny councillors that opportunity, as we typically do. I think we've responded that way on a number of occasions. However, and we've been asked this question before, can councillors resolve to not consider something in closed session? And that's absolutely correct. If you don't pass the section 254J resolution, then the matter is considered in open meeting.
All right. So, with that in mind, I think Councillor Friend has the right to ask the table's view. So she's putting that up as a mover. Is there a seconder? Okay, so it lapses for want of a seconder. All right. So we will wind up the ordinary agenda and close the meeting to go into confidential. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We off live stream, Liz? Thank you.
be happy to speak against it.
Can we just, vote it?
I'm happy to basically allow some debate on that one, so. Yep. All right. So those speaking for, Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I think the resolution speaks for itself. It's very explanatory.
All right, thank you. All right, well, okay, well, look, let's just make this a lot easier. As the CEO can absent himself from the room and we'll call him back in a minute, all right? Yeah. We don't need it, no. All right, so we've had a request to split the original recommendation into two. So the first one is that councillors note that the Crime and Corruption Commission has assessed that even if the alleged conduct was to be proven and allegations substantiated, the matter does not constitute corrupt conduct. Can I get a move and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the motion at all? Bearing in mind it's still a confidential matter.
Of course, Mr Mayor, no, not at this stage. I mean, the resolution itself speaks for itself.
All right, thank you. We happy to go to the vote, councillors?
Just to confirm though, Mr Chair, if I may, so we are splitting them into two motions, are we?
Yes, we are. The
Yep.
the second one is below.
And this is
It's,
basically just acknowledging. Yep.
Yeah, all right.
No.
So, all in favour? Carried unanimously. All right. The second recommendation is that council finds that the allegation against the CEO outlined in preliminary investigation presented to council meeting on the 21st of November 2023 is not substantiated. Okay? So I'm going to get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson, do you want to speak to the report or the recommendation? I beg your pardon?
I'm fine with what it says up there, thank you, Mr.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello.
Certainly am speaking against, and I think history will record the reasons why, given that the concerns were that an application was not presented to councillors, which would have helped them make a better decision. Beg your pardon?
Have we noted that to the public?
No.
Not really, yeah.
And as such, the actions that I undertook to take back the delegated authority in relation to the CEO having the authority to determine or arbitrarily write to the Department of Resources to close a road reserve or a park will now require councillors' determination, and it is no longer part of the delegated authority that the CEO has. So on those grounds, I believe that to suggest that it is not substantiated, I believe is not truly accurate of the circumstances that we went through, and it would be prudent of us to record that there were lessons that have been learnt through that process, and the future council would be far better off to be made aware of that. And to suggest that it's not substantiated means that there's absolutely nothing to change, nothing to learn from that whatsoever. I just don't believe that's a responsible way to finalise what was a very difficult thing for this council to deal with. So on those grounds, I can't support that wording there, but I would be prepared to foreshadow some other wording that basically said, as a council, as a board, we acknowledge that the experience was difficult. It would have been good for the application to be provided to councillors, and the councillors could have made a better decision. And I think that would be the sensible thing for this council to do, so that it doesn't happen again.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll deal with it. That's a foreshadowed motion. All right, Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the motion?
I will speak to the motion, Mr Mayor, but I'll choose my words very carefully, considering I was the one wanting to bring it out, 15.1, into open session to discuss this transparently, openly, and in front of the whole community. Councillor Bello spoke against that, and it failed to get through because of a failed wanting of a seconder, and that's fine. So we spoke in confidential. There was information attached to the report in confidential. People's names were noted in confidential. And we debated this quite strongly in confidential. So at this stage, Mr Mayor, the debate, I can tell the people that the debate was strong, went on for quite a while. And in that debate, there was certainly differing opinions. And we couldn't come to a consensus within the debate. And I truly believe that that any allegations were unsubstantiated. So I'm speaking for this. I believe in natural justice. I think natural justice is very, very important for all people who have allegations against them. And this is why things like misconduct go to the council tribunal. It gives the people a chance to speak up for themselves. So basically, Councillor Bello has just noted to the public what was spoken of in confidential. You all get the gist. And I believe that these allegations are not substantiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering if that narration needed to be expressed to the public at all. I mean, if they look at this, they flick it over and they look at something new. I'm just wondering, are we feeding this thing? Are we creating something that's in the public mind that arouses suspicion? And that's my concern.
That is my concern also through you, Mr Mayor. My concern very, very much, especially as I was the one that wanted to bring it into the public realm, and it didn't, no one, not one of you, put your hand up to second it. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm not going to break confidentiality.
Right.
Well, nobody's breaching confidentiality, but if you have a look at committee under the Act, at least the Act that I knew, and I used to be familiar with a lot of it, that's one of the times that you must take it in. Staff matters goes into confidentiality. That's why I chose that. It was under the Act.
Councillor Mather, just to try and clarify, Councillor Friend has an absolute right to make a comment as part of as a councillor at this table. So I'm not certainly going to stand in her way of doing that.
Yes, well, Mr Mayor, we're talking about natural justice. I'm great on natural justice too, and there's another one that says justice delayed is justice denied. There's another matter that's sitting there in the wings that hasn't been addressed. It's been 10 months. We know no more.
Well, Councillor Mather, I'd caution you on making any further comment on that one.
That's right. And
but certainly, are you speaking against this or for this?
Yeah, I'm speaking against it.
Okay, we continue with that, please.
Look, I'd be happy to go with the foreshadowed motion because I think it deserves a foreshadowed motion to clarify the matter once and for all. But I'd be very loath to go out there and start pumping air into something that really could trigger the public, and that's what we're not trying to do now. We're trying to quell it.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking for the motion? Okay, Councillor Watson.
I was just looking up in the dictionary because the key word to this is not substantiated, and it says not proven to be true. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Anyone, Councillor Rees, would you speaking against?
Yeah, yes, Mr Mayor. Just to state that I have to vote against this motion, and I know it's be about the meeting on the 21st of November, but I just don't believe I have enough information to vote for it and vote for the CEO's. It's not substantiated, so at this stage I'm just going to have to stick with what I believe.
All right, thank you. Councillors, I'm going to vote in support of this because, as we all know, there was a fairly heavy debate within the confidential session where there are differing views around the table as to this particular recommendation. My particular view is to support this resolution, and I'll just leave it at that. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? All right, you happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. Those in favour? Those against? Carried 4-3. (15.2) is to receive the questions on notice from Councillor Bello. Can I get a mover? And it's Councillor Bello. You want to move this one? Receive the questions.
Yeah, so that's as much clarity as we're providing,
That's right.
that receive the questions on notice.
Yes.
Right. That's a shame. But yeah, I guess I will be moving that in the absence of more information being provided, if that's all that's being proposed that they're going to put forward for the council to, or the community to know that the responses to the questions on notice be received. So the questions themselves aren't going to be made public. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Madam CFO.
The original questions on notice were received in confidential, so the responses have followed suit.
Okay.
Unless the council determined that there's no reason why they couldn't be displayed in the public.
If there's any reference to ongoing matters, I'd encourage the matter to be left in confidential.
And perhaps at some stage when the matter is kind of resolved, it can come into the public arena. Yep.
Just to clarify, I'm not aware of anything within there that is, it's they're very generic questions, so I'm curious.
The responses are generic.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
That'd be great.
The questions made reference to some particular correspondence, which is why they were left in confidential when they were received at the previous council meeting. So because the questions have been attached, as is our current practice, to include the questions on notice, so we've just dealt with the responses to the questions on notice in the same manner in which they were received.
Okay, so there'd be no ability to redact references that needed to be confidential, but the balance could be open to the public, which would be probably 99% of it.
That could be a consideration. You might also risk losing context for the question should you do that.
Losing context of the question.
In your questions, yeah.
But the risk may be worth the reward in terms of providing some transparency to the community about what the questions are about, other than what we've put up there.
Yeah, that's a decision for the table.
Councillor Watson, got a question?
Councillor Bello, I'm just wondering why you didn't ask for this before we went into confidential.
Because one is not all-knowing, and we learn as we go sometimes, and I'm quite okay with putting that on record.
That's all right, I'm just saying it's a bit hard to rerun the race, that's all.
Sorry?
Bit hard to rerun the race, that's all.
I know, no, we have the ability. And it'd be, with your support, that would be great. I'd be happy to foreshadow that we actually disclose the questions and the answers, and we redact the things that are confidential. And so I'd look to foreshadow that as an alternative to this here, because I don't believe there's, and it sounds like Councillor Watson, you may be prepared to support that, which would be great. Oh, okay. Right. Well, I'll propose that. Foreshadow that we do disclose the questions and the answers, and whatever is needing to be confidential is redacted, but otherwise the balance of it is provided to the community.
Okay, all right. We've got to deal with the first one.
Okay.
All right. Yep. So, can I get a move and a seconder for the first one, please? The first one is that the responses be received.
Can't get in trouble on that one.
All right. Can I get a mover, please? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Mather. I'm happy to second. All right. You want to speak to the report? Just go to the... Okay. All right. So we've got a motion that the responses to the questions on notice be received. Those in favour?
I'll speak against it though, Mr Chair.
I beg your pardon?
I'll speak against it.
Okay. All right.
I'll speak against on the grounds that I'm not sure if Councillor Mather understands that if this motion was to be supported, then the foreshadowed one, which talks about disclosing the questions and the answers to the public, that won't happen. Because if the first one is supported, then all there will be.
Now, what you don't understand it, when you have discussed the matter, it has been received. It's just formalising what you have already done. Yes.
All right.
And speaking against this, I do not support the resolution here because I would like to debate the foreshadowed motion, because I believe is much more transparent and accountable, and we have it within our authority to do. But unfortunately, if this motion gets supported, that'll be the end of it, and the minutes will just show that the responses to the questions on notice be received. No clarity. No one will have a clue what the questions were or what the answers were.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather, no, you will just, are you speaking for or against?
Well, to be quite honest, Mr Mayor, I'm not too sure where we are.
Okay,
Because-
well, we are at the first one there in the grey box,
Yes.
that the responses to
Well,
the
I just
questions on
moved
notice
that.
be received. Yes, you
I
did.
just moved that.
That's right, yeah. So we're dealing with that matter at the moment. The foreshadowed motion will come if this particular motion is lost. If your motion is lost, the foreshadow will be dealt with.
As the mover, I'd just like to repeat that this has already happened. We have dealt with the matter.
Councillor Mather, I'll come to you at the end to wrap up if that's okay.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll just speak for this because we have received the responses to the questions on notice that were put in the, that were voted to be put into the confidential originally. So it is in confidence, the information, we've received it, we've discussed them, and I'm happy to receive the report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else speaking against? Anyone else speaking for? Councillor Mather, I'll go to you to wrap up.
Mr Mayor, I would like to add some wording to that, with the permission of the table,
What's the wording, Councillor Mather?
as I've done in the past, that when we receive questions on notice, that they be received and appended to the minutes. Now, we can, yeah, they'd be added to the minutes.
This is not these ones.
No.
You don't want them,
These have been received in confidential, so you'll have to then resolve to not deal with them in confidential.
all right, just leave it as it is, Mr Mayor, thanks.
Okay. All right, so debate's closed. We'll go to the vote. The responses to the questions on notice be received. Move Councillor Mather, seconded myself. All in favour? Those against? Carried 5-2. Thank you. 15.3, Legal Matters and Public Liability Insurance Claims Report. The recommendation is that Council receives the attached Legal Matters and Public Liability Professional Indemnity Insurance Claims Report as of the 29th of February 2024. Move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Friend. We happy just to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Okay. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, councillors. Well, as this is the last meeting for this particular council, can I just make a few remarks? And obviously I'll open the floor to those as well. This council has a lot to be proud of. I mean, if you think about some of the little hurdles we've had, and I mean little in inverted commas, hurdles we've had to deal with during this tenure of council. We've had, obviously, the matter of dealing with legacy issues, shall we say, from the previous council. We've had issues with relation to the lagoon, replacing the core 10 on the car park. I'm not saying that's necessarily anybody's fault, but it certainly has cost this community a fair amount of money to fix those things. We've had the pandemic, we've had the boundary review challenge, all of those things we've weathered. And as I've said repeatedly in the public forums, we've also managed to reduce the debt by $30 million. We've kept rates at CPI or below. 1 year we had no increase at all. And isn't it amazing that, some people tend to forget those things. We've also brought down record capital works programs. And I think, that's a significant achievement when you're also writing off or writing down debt to the extent that we have. So I think you all have an enormous amount to be proud of, councillors, because the contribution from you all has been significant. And I think it's a shame that as part of this current election campaign that a lot of you have been, and include myself in that, have been the recipients of some very negative commentary. And I think a lot of it is unfair, and it's probably from the great uninformed with our community. And I will probably be attacked for making that comment, but in a sense, I don't care, because I think it's absolutely true. I mean, if people took the time to research what this council has done and understood the issues, I think the reception would be a lot better than it has been. So in winding up, councillors, congratulations to you all. I hope you all do very well in the election. And either myself or Councillor Bello won't be in the chamber next term, but certainly I'd just like to express my appreciation to you all for your support. It's been my privilege to be mayor of this shire for the last 4 years, and certainly I'm never one to go it alone. I always believe in teams, and I think we've had and again, notwithstanding some of the commentary in the community at the moment about how fractured this council is, I think this council, when it comes to making decisions, has made the right decisions, or a lot of the right decisions. And yes, there has been difference of opinion in the room, but that's democracy at work. Absolutely is. And that's how it should be. So thank you for your contribution, councillors, and it's been my privilege to serve with you.
And I think,
Mr. Mayor.
Microphone.
I forget myself, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to say thank you for your patience, your knowledge, and your generosity to allow us to say what we felt at the time. I know we're all out of order from time to time, but you have given us the space, the leeway that we need to get something that's burning on our chest. So, I mean, it didn't all go right when we talked about fractures. There was only one matter that has caused disruption. And I'm just sad that it hasn't been finalised at this point in time. But I think underneath it all, I can honestly say, I think you're all fundamentally decent people. And that's important to say. So I do wish you all the best too. I do wish you all the best. And who knows, you might be keeping your own seat warm here.
Mr. Mayor, if I may say a few words, I would like to thank you for being the wonderful mayor that you are. And I concur with Councillor Mather, and I thank my fellow councillors for an amazing journey of ups and downs. Particularly, I'd like to thank the staff. It's the staff that are our backbone. If we are the committee, and we are they are the backbone. They do all the hard yards. They write wonderful letters for us, and especially the staff under my particular portfolio that have been nothing but supportive and hard-working. And I'd like to thank each and every one of them. Thank you.
Indeed. Yep. Councillor Bello.
Well, yes, I guys also acknowledge the staff, and particularly my colleagues here. You know, I'm 11 months, 12 months in the job, so it's been an absolute eye-opener and great journey that I've travelled within this council. We've had some tough decisions. We've debated a lot. We've moved through a fair bit of policy and process, but at the end of the day, we've managed to get where we are today, and it's really great to work with a bunch of good people with the hearts in the right place. We don't always agree, but we get there at the end, and a special thanks to the staff. Their commitment and continued tireless efforts out there in the community should never be taken for granted. It's the hardest job that anyone can do, working as a public officer, whether it's a councillor or whether it's a council person out there working hard. And I'd just like to thank each and every one of them for the support they've given me. And hopefully we'll see what happens after the weekend. But good luck to everyone, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Swallow. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, I just want to say a few closing words after being here for 10 years and serving under two mayors during that time, and it's been an incredible experience, and I wanted to honour you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Ireland, as a fellow councillor. It has also been an honour to serve on behalf of the public as their deputy and underneath your leadership. Sincerely wanted to say that. There's many things I could reflect on during that time, but one thing that probably struck me was at the forums that we held, and at times I probably haven't always endeared myself well to the staff at times. My language can be a little bit blunt at times, and for that I apologise, I guess, in my delivery. But one thing that really struck me at the forums, where there was certain comments made and to the audience, which there were actually members of the staff in the audience. And I sat there and listened as the organisation was criticised for the performance. And I thought to myself, no, that criticism, you can have that criticism and you can hold that position, but don't direct it to the staff. We're the elected members. We're the ones who set the policy. We are the ones who are justifiably and rightly accountable to the people. And we should be. That's the role we sign up for, and that's the role that the 16 candidates and the 4 mayoral candidates have signed up for, should they be successful. But I want the staff to know that despite some of the things I've said, I'm immensely proud of you for the role that you have performed, and I know that you will continue to perform. And I hope that the next council, just in closing, there was a comment on Facebook that said, gee, I hope, the community gets it right and you're not there. Something to that effect. And I responded and said, well, actually, you don't have to hope, because democracy always gets it right. Whatever the outcome is, whoever's here, it's not as if let's cross our fingers and democracy gets it right. It is right by virtue of what it is and whoever's here. So democracy will get it right. And I hope that council, the elected council, can work in collaboration with the staff to deliver the best outcomes for the community, which I'm sure that they will, because that actually is getting it right. So on those grounds there, I say goodbye to all the staff out there and to the community that have paid my wages for the last 10 years. It's been a humbling experience. I've learnt a hell of a lot, and I feel like I'm a better person for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Westwood.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's pretty hard to follow up on all those comments because I endorse all of them. I think at times we've been a fantastic team, and we've had differing opinions, and that's good. That's what you want in a council. If we all agreed on the same thing, then we wouldn't be getting anywhere. We've had vigorous debate, we've had some fun, and we've had some hardship. But I also found it very difficult in the forums when I see arrows shot from outside the arena, and to a council that has done, in most times and most places, a fantastic job. Of course, we've made a couple of mistakes, but we're aware of them, and if we get the opportunity, we're going to fix them. Gee, I'm starting to give a political speech, but that's not what I intended to do. I want to thank my colleagues, and good luck and fair play, and hopefully see most of you next week or the week after or whenever it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
I was only thinking this morning that March 16 will be exactly 3 years since I was appointed. And I have to say I've thoroughly enjoyed what I've done and enjoyed the projects I've been involved in, particularly with all of you. And one thing I learnt very quickly was I can't get a damn thing done without the staff helping me. And red tape is really good at times too for your checks and balances. But I'd just like to thank you all for working, with all of us working together for the my last 3 years, and I hope to see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, councillors, and on that note, again, thank you to our staff for their tireless work. And look forward to catching up with you in whatever format after the election. I think drinks will be necessary irrespective of the outcome of the election. So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.